you were saying is when talking about the 19, 20 bedroom duplexes, or 8 to 10 bedrooms per unit, think of it more like a fraternity or sorority house where there's 16 bedrooms in one space with a shared common area. In all of these that I've seen, typically the common area is large, and compare that to a place that I lived in the Fort in college, which was I think maybe 4 units, but 20 bedrooms, and the kitchens were these little kitchenettes shoved in closets, that kind of thing. So it's really not too different than what Fort Sanders has always had in terms of the density, and really I think a lot of it has to do with cost related to when you're building, because a lot of properties, I've toured a lot of existing properties in the Fort that are just in terrible condition, and frightening, from a health and safety standpoint. So I understand, but they're selling, they'll sell those to a developer for $2 million, and it's a rundown shack essentially, and then that person is going in and having to, fix it up to get rental. So I understand the psychology of that, and from a workaround standpoint that they mentioned, I think the biggest, one of the worst workarounds by taking the duplex or townhouse approach is circumnavigating kind of just avoiding the more stringent building codes of the IBC, and instead getting into the IRC. And from my understanding, y'all have taken control of that and are applying that. And to sidebar with that for a minute, are you all, with single family, for example, are you applying the IBC to that, even if it's one single unit with multiple bedrooms? Okay.
Yes.
So that's kind of some of my perspective context, but I do have a few questions for you all. My understanding is that to address the parking, you all were calling all of these independent living. Is that still the case, or is that not something that you can apply to these? What's the reason for doing this separate?
I was encouraged to back away from the independent living facility zoning designation.
Okay. In the parking regulations, it mentions the required for multifamily, and it's actually higher for multifamily. I think it's at 0.67 instead of 0.65, but it also has the language of rented by the bedroom, which I think is one that, I know that a lot of the developers will just have one lease, and then they'll make the argument that I'm not renting it by the bedroom. Is there a reason you all didn't include updating that language in this?
That language is more greatly associated with the larger projects where everybody has a deadbolt on their door. These smaller projects, they don't function the same way. They're not as forthright as to how they're renting.
Gotcha. So do they stay under the independent living designation?
For which project?
For the small versions of that.
Right now it's a duplex.
Okay.
We tried to mirror the parking regulations towards the independent living because that's how they function.
Yeah.
They don't function as a family. They function as individuals coming to live together.
But you're saying that backing away from that on the even on the parking regulations? Okay. You mentioned, and there's been, and these are questions. I don't want to sound like I'm deliberating on this, but a lot of people have mentioned the question complaints, like where complaints are coming from. And you said that one sign of evidence for not enough parking in Fort Sanders is from BZA requests. Is that requests to not install parking?
For parking reductions, yes.
Okay. Does that, I'm curious how that indicates a need for parking.
It doesn't indicate a need for parking. It shines the light on everybody's maximizing their number of bedrooms. And I know that we want to be a walkable city, but on the flip side, we're building parking garages. And it seems like on these smaller scale jobs, it would be appropriate to provide parking for their residents.
Are there any, I don't know, do you all have any concerns from a stormwater standpoint of the additional impervious area that's going to be in the fort?
Nope. This does not impact the maximum impervious coverage that's permitted by the zoning code.
Okay. And you mentioned a parking garage that the city is building. I'm not familiar with it. Do you know where it is?
Which one is it? It's tied to the hospital, right?
It's next to
It's tied to the hospital, but part of that was some number of public parking spaces.
Well, and the hospital parking is one thing that has always kind of surprised me because there's a ton of parking associated with the hospital there, even though, you know, there's over parking maybe in Fort Sanders, people using it as a parking lot for class, also the residents. I know that when we were going to doctor's appointments at Fort Sanders weekly, you know, and when my wife was pregnant, we never really had problems, no matter what time of year, finding parking spaces on the street behind the, like street parking behind the hospital. And I'm kind of curious with a lot of what other people have said, and curious if you guys have thought about this kind of approach rather than, instead of requiring more on each individual lot, and again, you know, that being a big limiting factor of the number of units that are able to be built. I mean, is there any consideration of getting the city to work with, kind of bring the hospital and UT to the table to address this from that standpoint instead of on the, because I mean, those are, yes, we can talk about developers trying to maximize dollars on lots, but they're small potatoes compared to the hospital and UT. So have y'all made any efforts on that approach?
I'm sure the administration has. I can't speak to their conversations, but I would imagine those were part of the conversations with the parking garage associated with the hospital.
Okay. And I guess my last question is one that's already kind of been asked about the complaints. You know, if there's a way to maybe get the data of complaints from Fort Sanders and just see, you know, because looking at something on a map and saying, and the trends, it may look one way, but then if there's no one, you know, if the people are actually experiencing it are like, oh yeah, it's a little bit of an inconvenience, but 5 extra minutes to find a spot. I don't know, you know, I would be very curious to hear that. So thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Director Ahrens. We're going to skip these last two agenda items out of respect of everyone's time, and plus the fact we have another meeting here after this one. So unless there are other items that need to be addressed, and I'll give you the opportunity. If there are, let's address them. Seeing no one that wants to address them, we're adjourned. Thank you. That's what this is.
Appreciate it.
All right, ready to go? How about that? Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the monthly meeting of the Knox County Planning Commission. I am Tim Hill, Chair of the Planning Commission, and I'll be conducting today's meeting. Assisting me today is the Executive Director of Knox County Planning, Amy Brooks, and the Planning Commission Attorney, Tasha Blakeney. I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll now ask Mr. DeArmond to call the roll.
Commissioner Uten? Here. Commissioner Boyer?
Here.
Commissioner Huber?
Here.
Commissioner Shelso?
Here.
Commissioner Perez?
Here.
Commissioner Browning?
Here.
Commissioner Higgins?
Here.
Commissioner Levinson? Commissioner Barger?
Here.
Commissioner Adams?
Here.
Commissioner Smith? Commissioner Midas? Commissioner Overton?
Here.
Commissioner Hill? And
Here.
Commissioner Biggs has informed us he will not be able to attend. That's 14 present.
Thank you, Mr. DeArmond. Participating today are planning commissioners as well as planning staff and various representatives of city and county agencies. The planning commissioners are citizens from the city and county who have been appointed by either the city mayor or county mayor. We receive no salary and volunteer our time as a service to our community. Now a word about how discussion will take place. After each item is called, I will read the staff's recommendation. On certain items, I'll call on staff to comment. At this time, the applicant may address the commission or defer his or her opening remarks and allow any opposition to speak first. The applicant and those in support of the applicant will be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. I will then ask for other comments from the floor. The opposition will also be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. If either side wishes to have an opportunity for rebuttal, you'll need to reserve time from your allotted 5 minutes. Applicants and citizens who register to participate and are attending the meeting in person will be asked to come to the podium and share their name and address for the record where their item is heard. Those who have registered to speak online do not need to sign in at the podium. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item and have not registered to do so in advance, please raise your hand when the item is read into the record. I will then indicate when it is time for you to speak, and you can approach the podium at that time. You'll be asked to sign in at the podium as well as state your name and address for the record. If the Planning Commission decision on that item is appealed and we need to notify you, we cannot do so unless we have your name and address. The Planning Commission may grant additional time for presentation of information. Speakers should limit their remarks to the facts of the case and should avoid repeating comments that have been previously presented to the Planning Commission. Because of the number of items we have before us, groups in favor or opposed to an item have been asked to appoint a spokesperson to represent them. If you have any items that you would like to make part of the record, please submit those to staff. In addition to the agenda, there is information on the website related to how today's meeting will be conducted, as well as correspondence on individual cases. Many of the items we vote on require further action by City Council or County Commission. For matters that are forwarded to City Council for final action, the applicant or their representative should be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered. For matters forwarded to County Commission for final action, particularly rezoning requests, the applicant or their representative must, and I repeat, must be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered, or the case will, at minimum, be postponed. Applicants will be notified of the meeting date. If you have any questions regarding meeting date or process, contact planning staff. Today's meeting will be conducted in order of the agenda. And please stand as you are able as our Vice Chair, Chris Uten, leads us in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bow your heads. Our Father, bless this community. Help to ensure the decisions made this afternoon are fair, legal, and in the best interest of the total community. As always, keep us mindful of the needs of others, especially those who are in sorrow, need, sickness, or any other adversity. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll now move to postponements and withdrawals. Under automatic postponements, item 29, final plat of Richmond Heights. Let's see, automatic withdrawals, we have item 20, Best Connolly. Item 21, Urban Engineering. The following items will need to be voted on. We'll start with 30-day postponements. Item number 8, Masana Investments, LLC. Are there any other requests? If not, Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to postpone 30 days.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I'll now move to 60-day postponements. Item 11, Masana Investments LLC.
Motion to postpone 60 days.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. On to 90-day postponements. Item 15, Amy Sherrill.
Motion to postpone 90 days.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Under withdrawals, item 33, City of Knoxville.
Motion to withdraw.
Second.
Have a motion by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll now move on to tablings. Item 12, Lantern Park. Item 14, Benjamin C. Mullins. Do we have any other tablings, Director Brooks?
Yes, Chairman, we have agenda item number 32, our Bentley Marlowe has requested this item to be tabled.
Okay, so we have item 12, item 14, and item 32. Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to table as read.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We have no items to be removed from the table. I'll now move to the consent list. Do we have any recusals? All right. Next on the agenda is the consent list, which is composed of items marked with a C. These items are considered non-controversial and are voted on all at once in order to save time. Items are listed in order they appear on the agenda. Please listen carefully. Once an item is approved as part of the consent list, there will be no further discussion on it. And I'll repeat that. Please listen carefully. Once an item is approved as part of the consent list, there will be no further discussion on it. Item 2, approval of March 7, 2024 agenda. Item 3, approval of February 8, 2024 minutes. Item 9, R. Jason Barnes. Item 16, Daniel Levy. Item 17, final plat of Tangled Branch Subdivision Phase 2. Item 19, David Harbin, Batson Himes, Norvell and Poe. Item 23, R. Jason Barnes. Item 24, Mikhail Habib. Item 27, James Fox. Item 28, John Gill Church of the Savior, UCC. Item 31, final plat of the Highlands at Clear Spring, Unit 3. Item 34, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Are there any other requests to remove an item from the consent list? If not, Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the consent as read.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Uten, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. First item on the agenda is item number 5. This is the consideration of the Knox County Comprehensive Land Use and Transportation Plan. This will require one motion. Staff recommendation is to approve the Knox County Comprehensive Land Use and Transportation Plan. Director Brooks, would you like to comment on this? Okay, all right. I think Mayor Jacobs is here and would like to speak. Mayor Jacobs, welcome.
Yes, please. Thank you, Chairman Hill and Commissioners. I appreciate you all giving me the opportunity to speak here today. As you're aware, our general plan has not been updated in over 20 years, and during that time, we've experienced significant growth and change. We embarked on our first comprehensive land use and master transportation plan during the fall of 2021 and dubbed this process Advance Knox. Advance Knox is an effort to define a vision and create a plan that will guide growth, land use, transportation, economic prosperity, and quality of life in the county for years to come. Knox County, working with our consultant, Kimberly Horn, engaged with over 4,000 residents to hear what they love most about their communities. In other words, while this was a data-driven process, the vision and goals that we heard from the community members helped form the foundation for the plan. This is a unique opportunity to align our land use and transportation goals and create a fiscally responsible blueprint that will help guide decisions about future growth and how infrastructure investment will occur. The proposed plan is a comprehensive strategy to manage growth responsibly and ensure a resilient future for generations to come. It aligns with our shared vision of a thriving community that balances economic progress with the preservation of our rural areas. The goal here is to continue to make Knox County a place where you want to raise a family, where businesses want to locate and bring jobs for you, your grandchildren, and obviously your children. Thank you to our neighbors who participated in this process, and a big thank you to everyone who put in so much hard work in creating what I believe will be a massive positive benefit for our county. I ask for your support and your approval of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a list of folks here that would like to speak. Kevin Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin Murphy, 4508 Murphy Road. I'm here representing the Knox County Planning Alliance and Advocates for Balanced Growth. I want to give a big thank you to the county for starting this process. This is kind of a second go after the growth plan was looked at in 2019, and really, thankfully, it's a much better process. Looked at a lot of data, a lot of really important public input. Those robust, to say the least. There were a couple of priorities that were really brought out in this. One, of course, is what we hear every month, the need for more housing. And for that, I'm glad there's some really great progress in this plan. It has some new place types and some new types of development that can help us build out in ways that we haven't really maybe thought of before in Knox County in terms of some mixed use and some town centers. That's fantastic. And that's really, and those are located in the maps in places that are near to infrastructure that we already have. So from a net fiscal impact, we're really excited about that. There's also something else, and it was really, I think, encapsulated in your workshop last month. The consultants gave you a pretty good list of some major concerns that were expressed. One was a concern about approval of single-family residential developments in the rural area. That was a significant area of concern. One talked about really the impact of approval of growth on the schools and the children and our education system. And the third was a desire of preserving more open space and limiting sprawl. I guess really speaking to that, one of the questions is, okay, why is that a concern for the community? I looked and, I kind of understand it. The community feels that often our processes and outcomes, don't really hear their voice. In the last 5 years, so from 2019 to 2023, this commission is, I was particularly interested in the conversion of agricultural land to residential, a very common request. This commission has had, let's see here, I looked at 5 acre or more parcels. There are 18 requests for plan amendments to go from ag to a residential. All 18 of those requests were approved, which indicates that the plan is, while planning and public input set some as agricultural land use, the plan, it's been really easy to amend. So that's a primary concern that the community had. So when you look at this plan today and you're discussing it, I'd urge you to ask, will it support sticking to it? A lot of data was crunched to create the future land use map. One of the things that was expressed as a primary objective was to increase the predictability of this process, not only for landowners and applicants, but also the community. So I guess, the first question is take a good look at the criteria for amending the plan. And do we have the right criteria? Are there ways to strengthen it to keep it more sticky? The second one would be the transition plan, that's Appendix H that you have. So that, is that going to be providing the dependability and predictability that people are looking for? One question in particular I had is if an applicant requests a zoning that isn't in that appropriate or partially related for a place type, how is that handled? Is that something that you can consider, or is that something that is off the table? Finally, what's present in this plan to help address that, those rural spaces and limiting sprawl? The growth plan amendment that was just approved by County Commission is going through the adoption process. It sets in the rural areas a 2 acre a unit limit. That is something that is still very developable. And looking at other counties in Tennessee and then outside of Tennessee, they've often, for growth sprawl, they've looked at reducing it down to maybe 1 unit every 2 acres. Williamson County, when they did their general plan in 2020, they actually went to 1 unit every 5 acres. So I'd just urge you to take a good look at that as you're debating this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. All right, we have Mr. Charlie DeBevois, or is that DeBevois? How do I pronounce that?
Everyone flubs it, so don't worry about it. I'm Charlie Debevoise. I live in Sequoia Hills, but I bought a farm on Ruggles Ferry. And I've been working with Kevin and a bunch of others in addressing the issue of sprawl and how it's been addressed in the Advanced Knox growth plan. And what I've seen is a desire to limit sprawl, at least an expressed desire to limit sprawl, but a lack of follow through. That we still, from what I understand, are unable to zone a town center in the county area, and so that's something that I would urge you guys to change because I think that is an effective use, and it's been super popular in the North Shore Town Center is a perfect example. So I think that 2 homes per acre is plenty in the growth area, and as Kevin just said, 1 per 2 acres is preferred. So thank you very, very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf Negley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking on behalf of the Foundation for Global Sustainability.
Mr. Nagley, could you give your name and address, please?
Yeah, Wolf Nagley, 4425 Balraj Lane, on behalf of the Foundation for Global Sustainability. We acknowledge this proposed plan includes substantial improvements over the current plan. Yet, it still fails to consider many of the most pressing issues that threaten property values, well-being, and even life of Knox County citizens. The planning scenarios make good on many Plan ET concepts with a bit of window dressing for the place types the plan introduces. However, the plan is based on narrow-minded projections of development patterns without the use of policy simulation to determine what the impacts would be when emerging development patterns take different turns in the face of changing conditions. Today, it's not an idle question if an atmospheric river could be headed our direction. We must get prepared for such contingencies. Today, it's not an idle, pardon, I skipped over here. Natural resources are considered in the plan only in terms of their natural beauty, not for their ecological functions, inherent values, and hidden vulnerabilities. Oak Ridge National Laboratory is mentioned as an employer only in this plan. Why not for their urban climate adaptation research and expert advice on transformational adaptation and climate resilient development? Why not even for their prototype studies on climate-induced social vulnerability indexes for urban areas, which they prototyped in the 16 counties of the East Tennessee Development District, with direct involvement by Knox County? And why not even for their spatially explicit land, energy, water future scenarios for cities? Those scenarios guide infrastructure transitions for urban sustainability. Knoxville and Atlanta served as the principal study areas, and it's not even mentioned in that plan. Public services are addressed mostly in terms of infrastructure development need rather than its proper sequencing and cost optimization. Climate change actually is not mentioned at all in this plan, but because of it and its related global polycrisis, land use patterns will greatly influence the cost of public services in the future years. This is particularly true with regard to risks such as flooding, landslides, wildfires, sinkholes, etc. This plan, promoted as a data-driven process, is not common sense driven. No coherent discussion is in the plan about how assumptions may bias the model results. We ask you to send the plan back for completion. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see here. Miss Amy Nolan. Is Miss Nolan here? Yep. While she's coming down, Director Snowden, are you going to want to, will you want to speak on this matter?
Not necessarily unless questions arise.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Amy Nolan with Knoxville Chambers, 17 Market Square, Knoxville, Tennessee. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. As per state law, the Knoxville Chamber was represented on the Growth Policy Committee and voted to approve Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs' proposed amendment. The Chamber recognizes that current guidelines developed more than 20 years ago have led, in many cases, to the subdivisions that consume green space without the proper roads and commercial hubs to support them. We've heard time and time again throughout this process that, quote, the secret is out. Everyone is coming to Knoxville. We've also heard we don't want to be like Nashville. To paraphrase my boss, Nashville is a Ferrari going 120 miles per hour in the left lane, and we're a Buick in the right lane going about under the speed limit. Here's what the data says. Knoxville's population is growing, but the largest portion of that growth are those older than 55, and the second largest portion are those between 0 and 24. Most of that is attributable to the spike in enrollment at the University of Tennessee. Growth among those ages 24 to 55, a key indicator of economic health, ranks at the bottom 3 among 10 peer cities. This is a demographic who we rely on to fill jobs, grow companies, serve as the tax base, and the philanthropic support for all the amenities we enjoy as a community. Tonight, the Chamber's going to celebrate its annual Pinnacle Awards, and I promise you, if we asked every single award winner what their #1 challenge was in growing their organization, they will tell you that it's talent and workforce, retaining, and recruiting employees. The Chamber's endorsement of the Gross Policy Amendment admittedly was a gamble. Our investors do have reservations that the planned growth areas don't extend far enough, and the rollback to just 2 units per acre in the rural areas is impractical. That was tempered, however, with the promise of a variety of place types in the planned growth area that is currently not available. Those include more multimodal communities with access to commercial amenities that young professionals prefer, housing for seniors, which I've changed that to empty nesters, who are now trapped in large homes because they are unavailable to find alternatives in their own community, and housing that is attainably priced for any family. Let me also be clear, agriculture is not an economic engine for Knox County. Agriculture employment represents less than 1% of employment in the Knoxville MSA. You'll hear talk about a study, probably a UT study, that attempts to quantify agricultural impact. The methodology of that study includes things like Bush Brothers, corporate headquarters, where no food is produced. Custom Foods, which makes packaged foods for restaurants, no locals used. Restaurants, Clayton Homes, which uses woods. So please do not. So throughout this long process, this public has made its priorities clear. They want to create more housing and preserve green space. This plan strikes that balance. The Chamber also recognized that keeping the status quo is estimated to result in an annual $2 million deficit as infrastructure struggles to keep up with sprawl. That's a burden on taxpayers who already earn less than their counterparts in similar-sized cities in the Southeast. This new plan aligns infrastructure with potential growth areas, would save the county nearly $5 million. That's money that can be used to invest in education, infrastructure, parks, and other amenities. Planning and Knox County staff have literally put thousands of hours in developing a plan that doesn't please everyone entirely, but does put the county on the right trajectory to drive economic prosperity while preserving the quality of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nolan. Hanson Sale.
Hanson Sale, 609 Y Scarborough. I am here on behalf of East Tennessee Realtors to speak in support of the proposed comprehensive plan. When we're making these decisions, I think it's important to start out with the data about the ongoing housing crisis. As you all know, housing costs have vastly outpaced incomes over the past 5 years, creating the worst affordability crisis since the 1980s when mortgage rates hit 16%. In 2023, families needed an annual income of just over $94,000 in order to afford the median-priced home. That's compared to the median household income in Knox County of $70,000. As a result, 2 in 3 residents in our county cannot afford to purchase a home. This is a crisis that touches the lives of our friends, our neighbors, and many of our city's most essential workers, the people who keep our community safe, who teach our kids, who respond to our medical emergencies, And the data bears this out. The starting salary for a sheriff's deputy in Knox County is enough to afford just 2% of the homes available on the market on any given day. So I submit to you what happens when our police officers cannot afford to live in the city in which they serve. The starting salary for a teacher in Knox County schools is again enough to afford 2% of homes listed in any given day. And so what happens when we do not have enough teachers to teach our children? The median salary for a registered nurse is enough to afford just 5% of homes on the market on any given day. And over the last few years, I think many of us have experienced firsthand what happens when the emergency room or the hospital is understaffed. It is these type of people who are hurt the most when we fail to plan for growth and continue to rely on plans and policies that reflect the needs and priorities of our county from 20 years ago. This plan proposed today is a healthy compromise that will promote responsible growth and bring our planning process into the modern era. It will work to preserve our county's rural landscape and natural beauty by reducing density in the rural areas. And yes, this will be the first and the last time I ever stand before you advocating for reducing density. It will also help to address our growing housing needs by legalizing new types of housing and expanding development potential in areas that are well served by existing infrastructure. Some may say that we've put too much density in areas without infrastructure, but I will say the areas where we're putting density were identified through a rigorous planning process that included 8 different utility districts, including KUB, TVA, Knox County Schools, and other local subject matter experts. It's also important to remember that this proposal didn't just come out of nowhere. It is the direct result of a rigorous 2-year public planning process that included engagement with thousands of city and county residents and other stakeholders. And I think it's also important to remember the people who are asking you to reject this plan, what are they actually saying? They are saying, in effect, that the 20-year-old plan that we have now is sufficient. Rejecting this plan would be the equivalent to maintaining the status quo, a status quo that all of you know is not something that anyone is satisfied with and will continue to spur the sprawl-style growth that this plan is designed to address. Is this plan perfect? Of course not. As you all know, is anything ever perfect in public decision-making and in public life? So no, it's not perfect, but it's undeniably better than what we have now. For these reasons, our association asks that you vote to approve this proposal and move forward to provide housing for the people who need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sale. Commission? Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thought about asking Director Brooks to read the plan word for word, but I'm not going to punish her like that. I joined this commission in August of 2020. I think Commissioner Adams, you came right before that. So, and one of the things that I've been consistent on is saying, I said it more frequently than in the last couple of years, is we need an updated growth plan. And I think what you heard today is, everybody's not going to be happy with everything. This is probably the best plan that we can come up with to update it. But think back over 20 years ago. Where were you at in life 20 years ago? For me, I'll just tell you, I was getting ready to get married, wasn't married yet, didn't have any kids, and had just finished college. That is a long time ago that we're still operating on a plan that is not adequate for where Knox County is. So not to cut off debate or anything like that, but just because I have been begging for this plan, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make the motion that we approve the Advanced Knox Plan as recommended before us in the packet today.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Browning to approve the plan as presented. And we have more discussion here. Commissioner Boyer. Vice Chair Uten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My light hadn't worked for months, so that's probably a reason why you're confused. we have had over the last couple months a little bit of not a debate, but some questions about the criteria for a plan update or change. And I know staff included quarterly opportunities to do that instead of annually. I'd like to look at that criteria again. I think we discussed it briefly at agenda review on Tuesday. The current criteria for the plan includes one of several bullet points of things that would allow for a plan change. I think that's the way it is currently. And proposed, it says 2 or more of the following. Because this is so comprehensive and so detailed and takes up so much acreage, I think it probably ought to stick with the 1 instead of adding 2. On down in the criteria for the plan update, it talks about significant new utilities or state and federal road projects. Mr. Snowden is in the business of building roads just like the state and the federal folks are. So I think we probably ought to strike state and federal. It could be a private person that built a new road. It could be in partnership with the county. That happens a lot. And then finally, under trends and projections, I think there ought to be a comma, housing conditions that would be tied to what the definition of trends or projections might entail, just to make sure that that is comprehensive enough to understand that, that's really one of the main reasons that we're here today is because of the lack of housing. And that is all I have, sir.
Thank you, Vice Chair Uten. Commissioner Huber.
Yeah, I'd like to echo Vice Chair Uten's concerns about the criteria for updating the plan. First off, I want to say, what a great job everybody's done from the mayor's office down through Kimberly Horn. 2 years is a long time to be working on any one project. And I think they've done a great job. I do think people joke and say, compromise is when everybody walks away unhappy, and that's kind of what's going on here, other than I believe it's worked well, with the reduction of the density in the rural areas to 2 units an acre versus 3. I think it's a big step with that. But the reality of it is Knox County encompasses over 500 miles. If you do the math, it's actually 320,000 acres. So as good as the plan is, you can't expect it to be hyper accurate and on point exactly. Again, I've looked at it. I think they've done a great job. However, there are some areas in there. So that kind of brings me to, currently our rules to change a sector plan today, it's just meeting one criteria. This one takes it to 2. I'm not sure why we would want to do that. All of it has to come in front of this body and county commission and city council anyway, depending on what it is. So I really feel like we need to have the flexibility to change it, not necessarily to change it, but we need the flexibility to do that. And I think one requirement instead of the 2, as Commissioner Uden was pointing out, I think that's an important thing that we need to try to change and stay with the current way we're doing that particular part of it. The rest of the plan I love. I think it's great. I'd be on board with, again, Commissioner Uten's other suggestions inside there. Again, Mr. Snowden in Knox County does a great job with building a lot of big roads. The Shad Road extension is a good example. But here in this wording, the Shad Road extension wouldn't change any opportunities for zoning or a reason to change the sector plan. So I would be on board with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Huber. Let's go to Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. I will echo a lot of what other people have said is, this is not perfect. No plan is perfect, and I think that that's okay. And I think that it will. It's one of those things that once it's a set in motion, set in place, it's not just left or as written. Won't be just left in place. We'll be continuously adding on and changing. The one thing that I will say, and I don't know if this is, I'm kind of maybe more of a question for fellow commissioners who have made the suggestion to remove the 2 criteria instead of 1. One of the comments that we've heard is how just how overly easy it is to change some of these predetermined sectors and areas that we've set up in previous plans, and just that, I think that it's worth considering the fact that maybe right now what we do have as 1 criteria might make it a little bit too easy to justify changes that shouldn't otherwise be happening. So I don't see really a problem with the 2 criteria, but I'll just want to throw that out for discussion. The one thing that I do think that we should, where I think that this is lacking and should be added on to today, and hopefully we can make an amendment to include this if others agree, is the hillside and hilltop protections. So in the city, those have written requirements for those areas on how to develop or not develop them. In the county, we have recommendations, but not requirements. And I think that also to help with some of the concerns from community members who are worried about more rural areas getting developed and going away, I think that adding and allowing staff to get the exact wording of this, but I think that this plan should incorporate protections for the hillside and hilltop protection areas. So I hope that through discussion today, we can agree to add that on, and I'll turn it over to someone else.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Shelso.
A question for staff. When we made the new rural conservation zone, not zone, place type, right? On the matrix, looking at the rural preservation zone, it is not it's not either directly related or partially related, but I think it might be, unless there was I don't know, was that looked at?
It was looked at. Give me a moment. I'm going to look at the rural preservation. It's not something that we've used very often in the county, that zone in particular. I think that was an oversight. I think it should be partially related. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I think we should fix that since it was just an oversight. When it comes to some of the other things such as the amendment criteria, so, one of the criteria for an amendment is the proposed changes support the policies, goals, and objectives and criteria of the plan. I feel like that is a criteria, a checkbox that any proposed amendment to the plan ought to support. And really, as a result, means there's only one other reason you need to change it. So by saying you need 2 criteria to apply, one should always apply when we decide to change the plan, which is that it complies with the plan. So I don't think that that's so much of an issue that we need to change. I don't think that means we're really making it a harder barrier to change either. It's just potentially giving Knoxville, Knox County Planning staff, the commission, a little bit of leeway to say, well, let's make sure this fits with the plan. In effect, I still think it's essentially one criteria change. Now, when it comes to the roads, I guess my question with Commissioner Uten's intent to maybe include like local roads or some other types of roads, I think that could make sense. I kind of wonder if that doesn't get taken care of as part of this plan. If our plan is a transportation plan, we should have local transportation plans that are done in here. And so maybe there'd be a way to say, okay, when these roads are done in the transportation plan, that is sort of an automatic change in condition. So a potential change to your property isn't really changing the plan because we did what was in the plan. I'm not sure if I worded that right, but and this plan has a set way to come back and look at it on a regular basis, a commitment to do so. And in that sense, local infrastructure and road improvements ought to be continually added to this and made one of those types of conditions or things that makes an amendment comply with the plan or a potential amendment. So I think there could be a way to fix that. Additionally, I guess I would like to hear from staff regarding hillside protection. I had sort of understood that one of our place types kind of leaves that, it doesn't encompass it, but allows us to potentially codify that at a later date with that place type.
I can speak to that. So the rural conservation place type that you mentioned just a minute ago, that is a place type. We utilize the hillside and ridgetop map, those layers to help inform the placement of that particular place type. And yes, I think you're correct. I think that that place type could be used as a tool to think about the codification of the hillside and ridgetop plan.
Okay, thank you.
So Commissioner Shell, so if you don't mind, could you clarify when we get back to this state, federal, local road, could you distinguish or differentiate how you would want to handle the local versus the state and federal? I didn't quite understand that.
Let me look at this for a second and come back.
Okay. Let's go to Commissioner Adams.
Question first about process for the rural preservation and how that functions with Hillside. I wasn't quite tracking that exchange between Director Brooks and Shelso.
The question, I think, and you correct me if I'm mistake you, the question is the rural conservation place type an opportunity to further codify or take into consideration those concerns that were brought up as part of the hillside and ridgetop plan? Like that we need to stay off of the steep slopes, concentrate development in the areas that are more, they're flat, easier to develop.
I'm just trying to understand how that would be different from actually codifying in the same way that the city has the hillside protection in this plan.
Yeah, I look at it as this plan is approved by bodies, but it's not in the code, right? We take this plan and then we build code according to our plan, right? So adding things that should be codified into the plan is not necessarily appropriate, I think. When the place type allows, if we say, okay, well, let's look at codifying it, these are the place types we've already identified where it fits.
But we have hillside protection in place types that are not, wouldn't be the rural.
Like it wouldn't
Correct.
be zoned that per se, it would have this element on the property or the parcel, and we would need to be able to address that with some mechanism. And the hillside protection that the city has allows that flexibility.
So the rural conservation place type, so hillside and ridgetop is not limited to places that are currently or proposed to be designated as rural conservation. In the city, the plan was adopted. It actually wasn't codified until the city zoning ordinance was updated in 2019. So in the county, it is just an advisory. In terms of process, if you all wanted to make a recommendation, it would be, you would recommend that county commission consider adopting the hillside and ridgetop plan, and then at that time, it would be folded into this plan.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Can you also, and this may be for Commissioner Hill or Council Blakeney, but the process, since we have a motion on the floor right now, if we want to include a request for county commission to do that regarding the hillside, is that simply a request to the persons who have made the yes to amend that motion? Okay. Thank you. That was all the stuff I needed to address that had happened since I turned on my light. Since Commissioner Smith invoked when I joined Planning Commission, I will say that when I did, and I sat with Director Green, and I had all of the many plans that we are asked to read prior to joining, I noticed that at the bottom of almost every single one of them, it was that they were out of date. And that this particular one was extremely out of date. And when I asked him, well, how do we deal with this? His answer was, we just kind of muddle through, because he had no vision of it being updated at that point. And so I'm very happy that it has, made it this far and that we're looking at progress. Because this relates to Commissioner Uten and his request to have some greater flexibility in the amendments to this plan. During the last year or 2 years, when this body sat with the consultants who helped put this together, they talked about many of the benefits that this plan would bring, and it would mean that this body, the Planning Commission, would no longer be seeing plan amendments every single month. Back to when I joined, that's the context that I have. We've always seen plan amendments every single month. That was normal for me. So to hear this consultant say, this plan will take that away, you won't have to do that, a light bulb went off. And I asked that consultant, how frequently should we be seeing plan amendments? And they said, once or twice a year. That is important in relation to the conversation that the commission is having right now regarding criteria for updating the plan. So the plan in front of us says that we should have 2 of those. And I appreciate Commissioner Shelso's comment about one of those is kind of a de facto that should always be there, and that the others are really the more strident component that a development or a proposal needs to fit. So I absolutely agree we need to have 2. And I understand that from our workshop, there has been, the adjustment to the plan that we would have a quarterly opportunity for plan amendments. But I think that is a more than reasonable compromise to what the consultants told us, that if we make this kind of holistic upgrade to our plan, we as the Planning Commission should only be seeing amendments once or twice a year. So for that reason, I support the 2 criteria. I also support the hillside request. I think that's something that we run into as planning commissioners with frequency, where we see it's a recommendation, but it's not something that a county plan has to follow through. So I do want to encourage county commission to pursue that. The only other item that I wanted to address, and this actually came in from the public, along with, they said thank you for updating this. This is the Knox Heritage, I believe. But they asked about the historic conservation. This is Section 8. And they called my attention to the fact that in that section, the items are all very positive in terms of making sure that we're listing historic locations on the register. We're making it easier for people to understand the history of their project, but there's nothing really in there that says we're going to try and protect the development around those properties. And that is the request that they were making. So this is something else that I would encourage, and I guess would be handled the same way, is that we would ask for County Commission to look at this particular item. But it is a specific request that I need to be able to read, and I can't use my mic and read my computer at the same time. But I will, as this circles back around, read that specific item. It isn't everyone's comments, but it is giving a little more toothiness to what that historic preservation can mean and giving more tools to those historic structures.
Why don't we let Director Brooks read that?
Thank you. And these mics they pick up pretty well, so if you wanted to. This is the request that was sent from Knox Heritage. We respectfully ask that you consider adding the following additional action to support policy number 8, conserve historic and cultural resources. Research and propose incentives and development standards that encourage new development to have a design compatible with historical resources that are adjacent or in the area.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Boyer.
The one item I would add, and I brought it up at our commission education meeting on this topic, was I'm very appreciative for evaluating where parks can go and preserving historical locations, everything in here, all of the meeting with contingencies, trail systems, identifying where structure should be added, transportation, streets, the development. And the one item I would recommend being included as we are looking at a growth plan and considering future needs is a current need, and that would be schools. I think that it would be valuable to evaluate locations as part of this process, or just partner with the appropriate resources in our community to look for ways to enhance the success of this growth plan, to build these nodules, of communities, and how better to do that than with schools, and to perhaps decrease the population or overpopulation that we have now, and just to make that a part of the consideration as we move forward with this project.
All right. Commissioner Higgins.
Yeah, just one more thing that I noticed that we discussed this at our workshop, and I think that part of the request was changed, but part of it was not. On pages 33, 34, and 35, it's the place types: suburban residential, suburban mixed-use residential, and corridor commercial. On all three of those, for the transportation as secondary mode, it says NA. But if you look at the example photos of all three of those, you may notice that there's sidewalks in all of those. I think that to not say, even if we're saying secondary is walk bike, I think that would be a appropriate continuation of the previous sections where walk bike is the primary and automobile is the secondary. But I think that to leave off consideration, and I know that this may be a little unconsequential overall, but I do think that if we're setting up these place types of how to think about them, we should certainly be saying that walk and bike are modes of transportation in those, even if it's secondary. Because, if as we're developing areas, the conversation of walkability and connectivity gets brought up a lot. And if you wanted to avoid making something more pedestrian friendly, you could just point to this and say, well, it only says automobile and NA for secondary. So I think that those three should have walk, bike as their secondary modes.
Commissioner, can I get just a clarification? So suburban mixed residential, corridor commercial, and
Suburban residential.
suburban residential?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Huber.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. I think everybody is on board, I think, with the whole plan, and it seems like there's a lot of little things that people are putting on there, which overall don't have a problem with the exception of hillside and ridgetop protection. I think if any of you are around years and years and years ago when this was first started to be deliberated, Tony Norman brought it up when he was on county commission, and there was just a tremendous amount of discussion and heartache, and a lot of issues came along with that. It's my understanding that is going to be reviewed at some time. I do not think today is that day. It's too big and too broad of a subject. Just saying, hey, we're going to adopt the city's hillside and ridgetop protection plan is a really bad idea. I would say it would have a good chance of not passing today, the whole thing not passing with that amendment to it. Everything else I think we can work out. But the hillside, you know, there's 100 square miles in the city, and most of it's built out. The majority of it's built out. There's 500 square miles in the county. There are slopes, you know, and most developers I know, you know, you get to a point where it's not feasible to develop on the steep stuff anyway. They tend to try to stay away from it. It just gets too cost prohibitive. But to come in and at this stage for us to tell them, I mean, it's almost like a condemnation, you know, of those slopes, and not allowing them to at least consider it, you know, working around it and working with it. That's my concern. We all want it to pass. Certainly have a concern with something that's had so much history in the city and the county to just pass on a quick amendment to the big plan, you know, of the comprehensive plan. So I just wanted to point that out.
I want to clarify one thing. The Hillside and Ridgetop Protection Plan was already adopted by Knox County Commission on January 23rd, 2012, but it was adopted to be advisory in nature versus the city who adopted it and enforced it.
Correct. And now if it comes through the plan and it is very clearly stated that it is advisory, that's okay. But you know, what I'm hearing is you know, there's some discussion of it not being advisory, which that would be, I think, a big issue, a real big issue. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood there's a tremendous amount of history behind that one little bit. And those of us who've been in the construction and development world for 25 years remember it very well. You know, so, I mean, and just my point is it's, I think, a discussion for another time. It's okay to have the discussion. I just think it's really for another time.
Director Brooks, would you like to comment to Commissioner Boyer's request?
Commissioner Boyers, in response to those suggestions that came up during the workshop, we did add a couple items, and sorry, it took me a minute to just locate exactly where they were, but they're on page 61, and so they are policies, they're action items associated with 9.1 and 9.8. 9.1 was adding Knox County schools to regular meetings that we have specifically related to utilities. And then 9.8, establish annual coordination meeting, meet annually with Knox County schools, leadership team, planning, and the county to discuss development trends, school district needs, Knox County schools, and Knox County capital plans, and any forecasted growth. So that was try to capture what you had brought up during the meeting. I'm not sure if that exactly captures what you were going for, but.
I appreciate that, and I was looking for, I think that's a good start. I think it's a good start. Just definitely would like to have that at the table, and appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner, Executive Director.
Ms. Hillman, would you like to comment? Okay, all right. Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. Back to Hillside discussion. I think that if our body recommends as part of an approval of this plan that county commission consider the hillside codification, that is not a demand. That is a request that the county commission consider that. And I think it is a mechanism that this body has to keep that conversation moving forwards, as opposed to it being stuck in the eddy that it is now, which is advisory only. So the staff does all of the work to show us what the potentials are of a proposal, and then that doesn't necessarily move forward. I can't speak to the percentages of how often it doesn't or does, but I know that frequently in the conversations we have here, it is quickly said, well, that's just advisory, that we don't have to do that. So this body has the ability to at least move that conversation forward by simply requesting that. It is not a demand that it be part of the plan. And I think, as a commissioner that looks at these, at the whole plan and looks at the land use, that's what we're talking about is land use, that it's important for us to keep those parts of the conversation alive so that we can keep making progress. So that's why I would still want to have that as an amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Shelso.
Who seconded the motion to approve? Mr. Browning, okay. So I'm going to do some proposed friendly amendments for you guys to sign off on, okay? The first one being for the criteria for a plan update, just adding the word local before state and federal, so local/state/federal.
Well, and I was going to talk about that. So before, here's why I don't think it's necessary, and I want to go to Director Snowden to answer this. This is already our local plan. In this local plan assumes all of the transportation. What this is seeking to state and give a criteria around are things outside of our local control that might be put on that we don't know about, which is why it's got federal and state, not necessarily local as defined in the plan.
And that's kind of what I was thinking.
I'd like to, let's go to Director Snowden. I want to get some clarification from his point of view.
Yeah, I don't know if I would interpret it like that. Literally, I think if we were to allow, like, Coward Mill comes to mind, a road that kind of really, was developed fairly quickly, and then Shawd Road that Commissioner Huber mentioned, I think if the thought process was to include new roadways, that we should include the local terminology here just to make sure that those roads that we build that may not necessarily be ones that, within the 5-year capital plan, that they would be codified with that. So in that situation, based on the concern I'm hearing, I would recommend that the local road be added personally.
So I'll accept that friendly amendment to add the local, but I wanted to make sure we got that from Director Snowden first.
Local, under the utilities provision. Under the utilities provision of the criteria. Okay, so we're going to add local.
Local/state/federal. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And Mr. Browning agreed.
I will agree, Commissioner Shelso.
You're 1 for 1.
All right. The second potential friendly amendment would be to, as Commissioner Higgins pointed out, add secondary modes for suburban residential, suburban mixed residential, and corridor commercial, and those secondary modes being walk, bike.
All right, sorry, I had a question and I missed the first part of that. So can you read that, say that one more time? I apologize.
So for there's a primary mode and a secondary mode on all of these place types, and perhaps Mr. Higgins has it pulled up. Replacing NA for those 3 categories, suburban residential, suburban mixed residential, and corridor commercial. Instead of NA, it have walk, bike.
Just because they.
I'm just trying to think of what other legal ramifications behind it. I'm thinking about that could cause problems on the road. So, Mr. Chairman, this is more of a question, I guess, for our attorney. This is where I start getting nervous, is when we start doing amendments without it having gone through the full vetting process. Not opposed to what Commissioner Celso had. I just don't understand all of the additional ramifications, the unintended consequences that might have on these things that we're not thinking of right this second. So,
Well, and it looks like Director Snowden wanted to speak, so that might be, or someone from the county would like to speak.
Mandy Benedict, Mayor's Office. I'm not sure that we need to add that as an amendment, because if you turn to page 42, I think we can add that in anyways, because on page 42, it goes into detail what the modes of transportation are for suburban and mixed-use place types, and it spells it out right there. So I don't think we need to add that as an amendment. I think that we can just correct that in the document.
So you're saying that it should be corrected on those pages because it's already stated elsewhere in the document?
Correct.
Okay.
It's stated on page 42.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I'll read that just so everyone's on the same page here. In the suburban place types where the primary transportation mode is automobile and secondary mode is walk, bike, or transit. So it speaks to that specifically.
But it's listed as NA for secondary type on those place types.
I think that we can make that edit, as Ms. Benedict said, based on page 42.
She was saying it needs to be edited regardless, not necessarily as an amendment. It's just a typo earlier on.
Okay. Those are all of my potential amendments. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Midas.
The oversight for rural conservation having rural preservation as a partially related zone.
I forget we have to use these now. The rural preservation zone has a minimum lot size of 15 acres, so it doesn't align with the conservation place types clustering. So just bringing that up for discussion. In case I know we hadn't really looked at that too deeply whenever we made that comment initially earlier on in the meeting.
Yeah, I think it could still be partially related. Yes, I'm concluded.
can I think on that one a second?
How are we, okay, you're waiting on the response, okay.
So let me think on that one a second while I know Commissioner Midas has been waiting. Because again, anything we do, I go back to what are the unintended consequences. And if we're talking 15, I'd just love to know the interplay a little bit more before accepting that friendly amendment, yay or nay. Just because I want to know the interplay a little bit better so we don't shoot ourselves in the foot.
We'll give you time to think about that. Commissioner Midas, let's hear from you.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. In general, I'm very supportive of this plan, and I appreciate everyone's work and input into this plan. One of the things that I really appreciate about the plan is Appendix H, which allows us to kind of incorporate the current zoning ordinance to this plan. I would like to see the zoning code, along with most of you, updated sometime in the near future, now that we have this momentum going. And also, it's the connection between transportation and future transportation plans to this zone. One question that I have regarding criteria for changing the plan, I do agree that we need to stick with the two criteria, but it does seem like these future near-term plan goals have already been included in this plan, comprehensive plan, and I kind of wonder if we're going to use that as a criteria in the future. Do we need, I mean, should that be criteria for changing the plan if we've already given that consideration in creating the plan to begin with? Does that make sense?
It does. Director Brooks, you want to comment on that?
I was still looking at these different things that keep coming up, so. you want to repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so the near-term goals for transportation have been incorporated in creating the plan. So therefore, if someone was to come up with a change to the plan based on some of these transportation goals that have already been considered, should that be criteria for changing the existing plan?
I think that there are things that could come up that are unexpected in terms of, changes to our transportation network. I might, ask Director Snowden as well to weigh in on this, that, the plan is not going to, when you look at the update, like, yes, we're going to evaluate this every year, and then we're going to do updates every 5-10 years, but something could come up in a nearer term. I don't know if I'm answering your question, what you're getting at here, but I think that it should be kept in as a criteria.
Well, right now we look at density or development. More intense development should be around certain corridors. And if right now we're considering that there's going to be updates to Campbell Station Road at Fritz, if we've included that and we've evaluated the density or the place type for that area, do we need to consider changing that in the next 4 years if this has already been consideration and we've given that place type with this, in lieu of these change that's going to happen? I know we've kind of worked on this backwards. We're kind of using projected transportation goals and for the future to kind of implement a plan right now. But I just don't want to go change it if we've already included that criteria.
Director Stone, do you want to speak to some of the plans that the county has in terms of for these? There are some additional plans that are identified in here that are specifically related to transportation based on what we've heard and what we know in terms of population projections. And there could be some transportation improvements that come out of those that would be changes. Does that make sense?
Page 46, the other transportation, other capital projects. Are these projects, have they been included in evaluating the place types for the comprehensive plan?
Yes.
They have been?
Yes.
So then if in a year from now, someone comes up and says, well, we made these changes to Campbell Station Road, and they want to change the place type, then we're...
Oh, I see. I'm following.
Then we're saying, well, it's already been included. Do we really need to change that based on that criteria?
I would say it's already been included. I guess I was thinking about areas for future study on page 48 when we've identified some additional areas for study.
Yes, but these for 46 and 47 have been included. And maybe, I just want us to know that we don't need to really be including this when it comes to criteria for changing the plan in the future.
Director Snowden, you want to comment?
That's how I interpret it.
Yeah, and it's a good question, Commissioner Mice. I think I see what you're saying, and I would say that, especially on the maybe the midterm plans, these are projects that we don't know fully developed the scope yet, so those scopes may change, and that would precipitate the need for or maybe create the need for that change. So in addition, we've got a couple of other areas, like the Ritta community, the Choteau Peninsula, as well as the South Knox and Straw Plains area that we're going to be doing some plans in that aren't codified here as well. So I would say that especially even some of the near-term plans, like, let's see, which one was I looking at? Some of the ones, even in Hardin Valley, we don't know fully the scope on those until we do a really robust traffic analysis. So I would think that there could be some changes to these plans that are even the existing plans we have today, if that makes sense.
They could be more intense depending on what road developments actually
correct,
precipitate.
ma'am. Yes.
All right, let's see here. Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. Y'all will never guess what I'm about to talk about. All right, so I want to continue this conversation because I do think that it is very important, and I think to Commissioner Adams' point, we're not in any way trying to lay out specific requirements. We're saying we recommend that the county create and enforce actual requirements. And I want to kind of compare to the city's adoption of it. And I don't necessarily think that it needs to be the same as the city's rules when it comes to hillside protection. But I remember when that happened, and there was mention of back when the county was discussing this back in 2012, how it was a very tumultuous and complicated ordeal. Well, when the city adopted it, I remember getting calls from clients worried that it was just the end of their property, their project, because there are properties that are completely in the hillside protection, 100%. And a lot of people were very concerned. I was concerned about some of my own properties. But the city's requirements don't prevent any development. It just controls, based off the percentages of slopes, how much you can disturb and remove. And I think Director Brooks, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that changes from that come to this body. So if somebody wants to deviate from those base requirements, they can come to us and explain why they need to. And I think that is incredibly important to have those protections because, it's, and to at least recommend this to the county, because it's making a statement that, hey, we care about preserving and protecting the hillsides and the slopes. And it's funny, I feel like I've heard more and more with development plans where people have been, the hillside protection has gotten brought up, and they've said, look, we don't even want to touch it anyways. We don't want to develop on that. It's not cost effective. And that's great. There seems to be a lot of attitude towards, we're okay with not disturbing that area. So I think with that, adding extra protection there is not only wise on our behalf, but also not detrimental to those who would otherwise, have a need to develop in those areas, because there are still ways that you can disrupt and disturb those slopes if done in a very proper manner. So I don't want it to sound like we're saying by saying, hey, we should add on a recommendation about hillside protection. It is not to say we need to put a moratorium on disturbing areas within the hillside protection. It's saying we need to have more well-defined restrictions on building in those areas and carving those up. And really, one thing that comes to mind for me is protecting, all this talk about how beautiful Knox County is, and the beautiful parts aren't the parts that we've carved up and put buildings on. It's not. It's the undisturbed areas. It's the places where there's trees and wildlife and fog in the mornings. That's what is beautiful. And the fears with this plan and the current plan is that if we don't better control development, we will lose that beauty. We will end up without, just unregulated destruction of land. I don't think that we will get there, and I think that this plan is a really good step in the direction of further controlling and managing that. And that's why I think that it's so appropriate to include hillside protection in this, because this is what we're trying to accomplish bit by bit. And again, not in the full extreme of, hey, let's write out some rules here, but let's make a recommendation to address and codify some rules related to this. Thanks.
Commissioner Huber?
Thank you, Chairman Hill. And respectfully, Commissioner Higgins, I hear you. I was just trying to think through also as an example of a development that I did probably in 2015 timeframe. Part of what the hillside does is it not only just says you can't get into the tree area, but it reduces the density that you can get. So we had about an 80-acre parcel, and we were able to successfully zone it to 5 units an acre over the entire parcel, which comes out to about 400 dwelling units. So what we decided to do was consolidate all that down, which is planned residential. That's really, what it's about, So we went with planned residential and consolidated all that down and built beautiful apartment complex and preserved probably 30, 40 acres around it in doing that. Just stayed away from the slopes and did that down there. Now, if it were under the hillside, probably, it would have clipped a lot of that density out of there, and maybe we would have ended up with 200 units. Or we could have just gone through on single family and taken all the trees out, but that wasn't our purpose. My point is, it'll eat into density as well.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that we should include it to eat into density. I don't think that it necessarily does that with the way the city is written. But I think that it's a great example because you avoided the slopes. If we can preserve that density aspect of it, then I think it would be a win-win in that situation.
I'm still against that, truthfully. And I have a question for Ms. Blakeney too, though, and this is more of a procedural thing, because we've got a lot of friendly amendments or unfriendly amendments.
Save the trees.
If it were to be added, and I'm not for it being added, and the motion fails, where does that leave us with the whole plan?
We can make, we can make another motion. I'm choked up. Go ahead and talk.
The chair certainly has discretion in terms of how we proceed. And at this point, I've heard Commissioner Higgins' comments, but it doesn't sound like he's actually made a motion yet or that there's been any request for a friendly amendment. So there are a couple of ways to proceed. And again, the chair has discretion to do that. The matters that are for friendly amendment, those can be heard first. If there is a motion and a second concerning the issues raised by Commissioner Higgins, those could be addressed first before proceeding to the motion on the larger picture issues. So again, there's a lot of discretion to ensure that what the will of the body is can be heard.
So my understanding.
Commissioner Huber, I might be able to abbreviate this because I know where you're going, and I've already been in discussion with these two. What I'd be willing to, if you want to end the plan and codify it, and you make a motion and you get a second, I'm willing to have that vote separate of this original motion, and we can weed them out that way, unless the attorney pulls me by the coat here and says you can't do that. But I believe we can, and I think it would be simpler if we did that.
Yeah, I think it'd be very wise.
Okay, so one thing that I'm offering up to the group here is if you want to make a motion related to the hillside protection as far as a recommendation to codify it, and we get I will accept a motion and a second at this time, and then we can vote on it separately from Commissioner Smith's and Commissioner Browning's motion and second. Do we have a motion? Do you still understand what we're?
I actually have a question, and I think
Okay.
I understand. My question is, we've talked about this in terms of the hillside matter. Are you also willing to do that for another matter that may or may not be a friendly amendment?
If it's not a friendly amendment, I am willing to do it.
Okay. Because there were a lot of double negatives in that. So I'm trying to,
If he doesn't accept
it
a
as a-
friendly amendment,
you're willing to do it
I will consider it.
Okay. Then I would not, I'm not talking about Hillside at the moment. I realize you've made a request. But I would like to ask Mr. Browning if he would accept the friendly amendment regarding the historic preservation that I mentioned earlier through Knox Heritage. And I'm happy to read that again to help familiarize.
Let's start with Commissioner.
Sorry, Commissioner Smith.
Well, and I know Director Brooks, you read that. Could you read it one more time from the historic preservation for us?
Certainly. This would be adding an additional action to support policy number 8.4. Research and propose incentives and development standards that encourage new development to have design compatible with historic resources that are adjacent or in the area. So essentially what this would do would provide, this would require, this would be a work program item to do additional research.
So would this be like a design review that we would see, let's say, comparative to the DRB with downtown? When you say it.
I did not craft this particular action item. This is asking us to research and propose incentives and development standards that would encourage development to be compatible. So I'm sure there's a number of different avenues to do that. And at this point, I couldn't say what those exactly would be.
And I will explain why I am requesting this, because I'm thinking about historic properties, so in the county where a development is being proposed. And right now, when we look at KGIS and we see on the map, there's a historic thing close to this development. That's all we really have is, oh, there's a historic thing there. And we can enter that into our discussion, but we don't really have anything that guides us beyond that, other than sort of an up-down vote on, do we want this development or not? You know, are they considering this historic area or not? And the way I'm interpreting this is that it would allow this plan to do some research in a general fashion that would then provide some guidance for when a development is coming in and there's a historic thing there that they're beside, that gives some guidance to that development as to how they can develop in a complementary fashion with that historic thing. That's how I'm interpreting this. So it's not it must be this exact way, but that there be some additional guidance for how that actually plays out. And if you think I'm interpreting that incorrectly, okay.
Well, and I was going to ask our attorney if that's how she was interpreting that, just so that there's no misinterpretation of the interpretation.
It is how I interpret it.
Okay. Then with that, I honestly have no problem with that as a friendly amendment to add in to 8.4, that language from the historic preservation.
And how are we defining historic? I mean, is it on the historic register? Is that what you're talking, or in a district? Or
The Section 8 starts with all historic register and going down like what is a historic property. So that is how I'm interpreting that it's those properties that have been designated as historic. So in our work, when we see those on that map, it's not just, oh, there's a thing, but we see that thing and have some guidance as to how that can now interact with the proposed new development.
my point is, there's just a big difference between something being in a historic district and something actually being on the historic register. I would not be in support of that if we're going to dictate just it being in a historic district. They've got to do something. Now, if it's actually on the register, then yes, I would support that.
I think that this also gives a lot of leeway with what could be proposed in the future. I mean, it could just be a simple incentive of, it could be non-planning related. Say, okay, now you're eligible to get a pilot if you want to design it within these types of standards. It doesn't have to be anything mandated necessarily.
So 8.4 says update the historic resources inventory, but little h. I think it's broader than it's pieces of property that are strictly tied to the historic the National Register, or we need to clarify if Commissioner Adams' recommendation was a recommendation for those that are on the National Register, then that's one interpretation, but I think we would need to clarify that.
So if I can just weigh in here, I would say before any type of development standards or requirements were put into place, this body would have to review and make a recommendation to County Commission to include those. So this in and of itself, the way that it's, if you all were to add this in here, it just says research and proposed development standards. It doesn't require, I mean, you all would still have to vote on whether or not those development standards should be codified.
I understand, that's how I was interpreting that there would be another pass, but this is essentially saying an acknowledgement that we need to do a little more research and provide a little more guidance that we would then be able to have another touch to, Commissioner Browning.
So what are we agreeing to or asking me to agree to?
I can read the addition of that point to Section 8. Do you want me to read the?
Of just, if something's in a historic, on the historic district or on the actual register?
It's to research and propose incentives when there is a historic, I'm perceiving it as the register and then that inventory that Commissioner Boyer spoke of, that's a sequential sort of thing, that there is a historic register. So if it happened today and there had been a proposal that came through, but this proposal would come through before that's even decided. So that's what I'm saying. We would get to see this again and have greater definition for the definition of historic. But right now, this would be saying there will be review of that and some incentives proposed to help with that alignment of developments that are proposed near that historic structure.
Okay, yeah, I think I can support. Are you okay with that?
I am, just because it's not a requirement. It's just research and information. That's why I'm fine with it as a friendly amendment.
I didn't hear that. Commissioner Smith, would you repeat, please?
I said I am fine with it as a friendly amendment because it's not a requirement,
Okay.
but it's more for research and
Okay,
information
and we'll
to help
add
us
that as
better
an
make decisions.
8.6 provision? Okay. So we've got that.
Yes, Commissioner Brownring has agreed to his second. To be yes.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to go back, and I see Commissioner Shelso.
I was
So-
going to ask you, so you were looking, you had a window of, say, if we wanted to make an amendment to put the hillside protection into this plan, or were you also talking about just like a recommendation, like a sticky note on top of this plan to County Commission?
Well, I thought it would abbreviate the process, but I don't think it's going to. I want to go to Commissioner Smith since he made the motion.
So let me propose something else, because I don't think we need to muddy and muck up this. Obviously, I'm not going to be okay with putting hillside protection into this plan going to County Commission, because I think that's just a torpedo that we're walking around with. What I would support, wholly separate from this action, is that we draft a letter requesting County Commission to investigate and look at some type of hillside protection in the future that they could, but I don't think we need to tie it to this, because I think that has unintended consequences down the road that we just can't foresee right now. So I'm not opposed to this body crafting a letter and requesting them to look at that. I just don't want to do it as part of this plan, because again, this has gone through now 3 years of public hearings, thousands of comments, thousands of hours of work. I just don't want to shoot a plan and kill it just because we want to add something in at the last second. There was great debate about this also on Tuesday night at City Council. And again, they passed it without adding anything in. Again, knowing, I think it was Commissioner Smith or Roberta, I can't remember, talked about the fact that, the city can't really force the county, nor do they want to be seen as trying to. There is some recommendations that they're going to be sending over. So I think we need to do the same thing, being respectful that they are the elected legislative body of the county, and we need to request of them, not necessarily tied to this plan. So that's where I'm at right this second and where I would be. So obviously, if somebody would want to propose an amendment, we can vote that up or down, but I would not be taking that as a friendly amendment towards the motion that we've got before us right this second, just so everyone's clear.
Okay, so it may yet now be simpler to just go back to what we were going to do. And we've got a motion and a second. And let's, if you want to continue to talk about it, we're going to vote on the original motion and second with the friendly amendments.
Well, I want to come back to Commissioner Celso's. So a couple of questions. This is around the rural preservation conservation type. I'm wanting to get a little bit of better understanding. So what you're proposing is more around some of the wooded areas, because I know, and the reason I'm asking that is because I'm also thinking about some of the state things that are going through. Governor Lee actually proposed in this legislative session, and there's $55 million for farmland conservatory protection, a conservative fund. So, thinking through some of our farmland in the county, those property owners can, of their own accord, enter into that conservatory to protect that property. This is different than that, correct?
If I could just weigh in here on this one. As Ms. Porche mentioned, there is a requirement that there only be one dwelling unit per 15 acres. We added the rural agricultural place type. We have rural living. So that particular zone is more appropriate in those place types. I don't see that there's any harm in including it for consideration, but I think it's probably would be unnecessary because we have these other place types. I don't think that answers your question, but I wanted to provide some additional clarification.
Was the best non-answer answer for the day?
Commissioner Higgins.
So I would like to send a recommendation to County Commission. I don't think that it necessarily needs to be attached to this document, but I do think that it is in step with this document. So I think that recommending that they take a look at hillside protection is kind of in line with we're looking at the growth plan. So I would really be interested to hear what Director Brooks' thoughts on that and how that would be handled as a procedure with staff if County Commission was to want to consider codifying hillside protection related items.
If they wanted to adopt the plan, we would address that during any update to the codes. That's how we would, just like we did with the city.
So could, and I'm not sure if anyone would want to do this, but if we said it could even be separate from this current motion and this plan, but just made a recommendation, just forwarded along to County Commission, we think that this should be looked at. Does that seem appropriate to do in step with what we're discussing right now? Does that seem like something that we should do later? Commissioner Hill, what are your thoughts?
Well, one, Director Brooks, how long has it been since they addressed hillside protection in the county, looking as a guide? Or
I think it was 2011, 12, is that right, Mr. Reynolds?
It was in the county, how they approved what was approved. It was January 2012. January 2012.
Okay.
And I could read off what I would recommend.
I'm gonna let our attorney Blakeney and Director Brooks weigh in on that, how they would like or recommend handling this as far as outside of the comprehensive plan.
Right, I understand the letter. I mean, would you normally just do that separately, or do you want to do a part of it? Director Brooks has advised, and I'll let her speak to this too, that she would recommend probably doing it separately. So in order to have a cleaner vote, in light of the fact that we now have, I'm keeping track, 3 friendly amendments, I would suggest that you proceed to the vote on the question that is before this body, and then discuss secondly, sending a separate correspondence.
Yeah.
Okay, let's recap. who's best suited to recap? So we've got, what, 3 friendly amendments to the original motion and second.
I just want to make sure that we also captured Vice Chair Uten's friendly amendments.
Okay. All right. So
Or if that needs to be addressed.
Vice Chair Uten had recommended that we go back to what is the existing 1 criteria instead of 2 criteria to change the plan, as well as,
The roads, just
oh yeah,
all
the
roads,
local.
so local, state, and federal.
And add local. I thought we'd already added local. We'd already agreed to that.
But then there's also housing conditions added to
And
new
housing,
data.
housing conditions. Are you okay with that?
Well,
Adding-
and I just wanted some clarification around the trends, because I missed that. I just wrote down trends because I was writing fast.
It really stems from your multiple comments about the unintended consequences. I mean, we've added a vast amount of new language around this, and we've added 20,000, 30,000 acres of property to deal with here, and to change the amounts of criteria. It seems to me like that's going the wrong direction to help with flexibility, as Commissioner Hebert brought out, with these unintended consequences. I just think that for a while it needs to remain that way. Obviously, annually we can bring things up by staff, but I think that 1 like it is now is plenty.
I'm fine with that.
Good.
Going
Mr.
from
Brown?
2 to 1.
Okay. Okay, so is that a 4th?
That is a
Let's-
4th. So the way I understand it.
Okay, so let's talk about, the original motion was approving the comprehensive plan as proposed, and now we're adding, who wants to recap that for me? Is that Mr. DeArmond, or do you, Director Brooks?
I can give it a try and Dallas can help. Did you all accept Vice Chair Uten's?
Yes, they do.
Okay, correct, all right.
So we're going from 2 to 1? 2 to 1 criteria?
Yes, go from.
1 criteria, and local roads, which we'd already done, and housing as placed in,
And
on
then-
page 72.
Under new data regarding trends or projections, adding housing conditions as well to population traffic growth.
And the historic preservation friendly amendment.
Not there yet, yeah.
So it's also included.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
And then adding an 8.6, which would address Knox Heritage request. Which one am I missing?
You didn't get the criteria for the plan update to add to bullet point number 2, local for state.
Yes.
Yes, we got that one.
And the rural preservation added is partially related to rural conservation matrix.
And adding a rural preservation as partially related in Appendix H. To rural conservation.
It's maybe too late, because if the friendly amendment has already been accepted. But to move from the 2 criteria to 1, I guess I'm concerned about that one, in terms
Well,
of its
and
friendliness, not friendliness, and the impact on the vote.
Just as you had requested a friendly amendment,
Yes, yes.
someone else did, and now we all have the opportunity to vote it up or vote it down. You want to, please share your sentiments if you think
Well, I
otherwise.
mean, we had, I feel like, lively debate around the hillside issue. And I think that the way that that has been handled has protected the integrity of the plan in front of us. And I think everyone's general feeling of, we've got something good and let's keep this momentum. And so the way that the hillside issue was dealt with, I understand that. And I think that was a smart move. There was also some good debate around the 1 and 2s in terms of the criteria. So I was just surprised that was handled differently.
I don't think it was handled differently because I listened to other commissioners express why they thought it should be 2, just as I listened to everyone else as why you think hillside protection should be in there. So what, where am I treating it differently?
I'm not saying that, I'm not pointing a finger of,
I mean, he accepted the friendly amendment.
yes, I understand that. So I think that the time has passed. I was simply surprised because there was lively debate around 2, and I understood the rationale for protecting, as I said, the integrity of this big body of lengthy work just to help it move through with some amendments that help guide our thoughts forward for the county commission. I had just expected that to be the same for that matter.
And commission will see the votes, and then, I mean, we're just recommending, and then they'll ultimately consider it. So, Commissioner Midas?
Yeah, I just want to agree with Commissioner Adams. You know, for me, this is a big deal with my vote, going from 2 to 1. And I hate to not support the plan because I really agree with the vast majority of what's in here and would like to see it go forward. But actually, I wouldn't want the criteria to drop from 2 to 1.
But I think we could, and correct me if I'm wrong, we could vote this down and someone bring a different version of it, and we could then approve it. So it's not all or nothing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. But I'd like to be able to vote for it. And
Well, but
the fact that this is precluding
I think being
that
able to
option.
explain why you wouldn't vote for it communicates to county commission.
So, Mr. Chairman, and I'm just curious, so I'm thinking through it all because, again, the conversation really was around that last bullet point is a basis that everything has to. So I'm wondering, why don't we just incorporate that into the above? So like, if there's an obvious error or significant error of omission in the plan, and to support the policies, goals, objectives, and criteria of the plan, one of these criteria must apply.
Because there may not be an error or omission, if I understood what you just said.
If there's an obvious error.
But there may not be.
Or, okay, I see what you're saying. So there may not be I'm just trying to figure out, because, you know, that last bullet point, as everyone said, kind of already has to apply. So it almost seems like that should just be part of the criteria going into it, and then there has to be one more.
Do we want to
So-
separate that one out and vote on it? You want to do that?
Just for the sake of unity in the body, I would rather just pull that
Okay,
one out. I mean,
everybody-
it's not unfriendly to
that
me,
feel
but.
good? Everybody, okay.
So then you'll just need to unaccept that friendly amendment at
So
this
Chris,
point.
I apologize, but I will unaccept that so that we can vote on it separately from the overall plan.
Okay, so what we are, if we get a motion and a second related to this, we will then, this will be a vote as to whether we add it to the motion. Is that, or include it in the
It would be a
comprehensive plan? If we include it into the vote of the comprehensive plan,
it would be a second vote.
yeah, we will take a second vote.
Right.
Yeah.
Now before you is the motion with the friendly amendments, and that this has been withdrawn from the friendly amendments.
Yeah, so now we're going to just vote on that one component about like we were going to do on the hillside. Instead, we're going to do it on the criteria. Yes. Yes, yes. I think if we vote on the number, we're going to go back to, he's already accepted the friendly amendments to the housing condition, all those other things, and we'll get back to it.
So you want to go just to Vice Chair Uten's request and have a vote on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Everybody clear? We're going to vote as to whether to include that in the vote of the comprehensive land use plan on this one item, whether we put it in or not. Okay, put it in or not. The criteria of being 2. Okay, so you can vote 2 being up or down.
So the vote is not on whether it should be 2 or whether it should be 1. The vote is on whether it should be
2.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. So what we're doing here is there's a motion on the table. There's an amendment that we're taking up. That amendment from Commissioner Uden is to remove it, to take it from 2 to 1. If that amendment
yeah,
is
excuse me,
approved, that
2.
goes into the motion
That's
before
correct.
us.
Essentially, you're either voting in favor of the amendment or not.
So
Yes.
the only thing in the amendment is going from 2 to 1.
That's right. And that's if we get a motion in a second on this one piece of,
This one amendment.
that could go, that could,
Yes to go to right now.
Correct.
yes. So
So-
Commissioner Uden,
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that we vote ahead of the overall amendment to reduce the number of criteria from 2 to 1.
Second.
we've got a motion by Vice Chair Uden for the criteria to change the plan from 2 to 1, seconded by Commissioner Huber. Commissioner Higgins. Okay.
Well, I guess my only thing is just, I'm a little confused
And then you
if,
get to vote on it again.
no, totally, yeah. My point is, to Commissioner Shelso's point, it seems like that last bullet point is a basis, right?
That's all been communicated. Everybody heard it. Yes.
No,
I agree.
I'm
I mean,
asking if.
You could argue that, yes or no?
No, well, I'm not trying to make an argument. I'm asking for clarification because this motion would be saying that that's not already a basis,
No,
right?
not necessarily. It wouldn't. It wouldn't say that. It wouldn't necessarily say that it is against the plan.
Okay.
Commissioner Scelso.
So on top of what I had already pointed out, that a plan amendment would have to, satisfy the goals, policies, objectives of the plan. I mean, I'm thinking through a scenario where a significant road gets built and someone decides, I'd like to change the plan to have something semi-industrial because there's a new road. But that doesn't conform with the proposed goals of this plan overall. So I think it's important to keep in because it keeps the intent of where we see the vision of our community going and doesn't allow small things to start to creep into other areas that we have not identified as being appropriate. So I don't think we need to change it from 2 to 1 because the only thing we are certifying by keeping it as here is that we're committed to this plan.
All right, you ready to vote?
Yep.
Everybody know what you're voting on? Okay, so we have, like I said, the motion by Vice Chair Uden, seconded by Commissioner Huber. All in favor to reduce it from 2 to 1, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, let's take a roll call.
I'm off. Commissioner Uden.
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Huber.
Aye.
Commissioner Scelso.
No.
Commissioner Perez.
No.
Commissioner Browning.
Aye.
Commissioner Higgins.
No.
Commissioner Levinson. Commissioner Barger.
Aye.
Commissioner Adams. No. Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Midas. Commissioner Overton.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
9 to 5, yes.
Okay. And I would like to add on page 70 that it already states in the plan that anything we do should conform to the plan, so shall. Okay, so where are we now? We're with we have now added that as an amendment to the comprehensive land use.
Right, you have your friendly amendments and the amendment
Okay.
you just voted on.
All right.
And now you have the big question.
Does anybody need any clarity on the amendments that are in and the amendments that are not in?
No clarity, but I just wanted to say thank you for that process.
Sure. It's the fairest way I knew to do it. And all right. So we have no other lights, and so we're going to vote in favor. and I would be in favor of recommending the comprehensive land use plan as amended. A nay would be against it, obviously. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion carries.
No, Mr. Chairman. Well, now that we're past that, can we at least take up the direction for Commissioner Higgins and to send a letter to County Commission
Sure.
requesting?
Sure.
So, if I may, my motion would be to recommend that the county incorporate codified regulations around hillside and hilltop protection overlays, not to prevent development or limit density of developments included within those overlays, but to provide a framework for how to address disturbance of sites within those areas. And what?
Ask them to consider.
Oh, yes, yeah, recommend, it's a recommendation to
Recommend to
consider that, yes.
Okay. So we have a motion to recommend to consider. And we have, I'm sorry, who seconded it? Commissioner Shelso. Everybody ready for a vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Call the roll. Mr. DeArmond.
Commissioner Uten?
Just a letter.
I'm sorry, there was talking. Commissioner Uten?
No.
Commissioner Boyer?
No.
Commissioner Huber?
No.
Commissioner Shelso?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez? Commissioner Browning?
No.
Commissioner Higgins?
Yes.
Commissioner Levinson? Commissioner Biggs is not here. Commissioner Barger is also not here. Commissioner Adams?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Midas? Commissioner Overton?
No.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes. Motion fails. As a tie, is that correct?
No, it's
I'm sorry.
7-6.
7-6?
Yes.
Okay.
So it passed.
Wait a minute, we've got to,
No, there's only 13 commissioners here. Commissioner Barger left, so it's,
okay, all right. Okay, so motion passes 7-6.
yes.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
You think you're still going to be done by 3:50?
No, no.
You have a request to take.
Okay. All right, on to agenda item number 6. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I'm gonna have mutiny on the ship here if we don't take a break. So let's take 10. Sorry to delay everyone.
He won't listen to me because I'll
Hey, I had about 1,000 things rolling through my mind, man. I wouldn't listen to you.
Sorry, I miscounted. I thought it was a tie. I miscounted that.
Good job, too. Hey, we'd like to amend the amendment of the amendment.
Oh, my gosh.
I call all the questions.
They'll probably throw everything. Going again. Get out of here before midnight. On to agenda item number 6, the applicant, Benjamin C. Mullins, location northeast side of West Gallagher Ferry Road, north of Hickory Creek Road, 112.22 acres. Present plan designation and zoning is agricultural, hillside protection, stream protection, and agricultural. Proposed plan designation and zoning, rural residential, hillside protection, stream protection, and planned residential. Existing land use, agricultural, forestry, vacant land, and right-of-way open space. Density proposed, 2 dwelling units per acre. This will require 2 motions. And the staff recommendation is to approve the rural residential land use classification because the property is consistent with the intent and location criteria of the classification. Hillside protection and steam protection areas would be retained. Second motion, a recommendation is to approve the planned residential zone up to 1 dwelling unit per acre because it's consistent with the surrounding development and permitted residential intensity, subject to the noted 2 conditions. And I see the applicant before us. If you'll state your name and address, please, Councilor Mullins.
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
All right. Do we have opposition? Any opposition? Would you like to proceed or defer?
I'll defer, please. Thank you.
Okay. So we will hear from, let's see here. Let's go to item number 6. We have Jonathan Schulte. Schulte?
Yes.
Is that right? 2 syllables?
Schulte. Yeah.
Thank you.
Jonathan Schulte, 2738 West Gallagher Ferry Road. Could the people opposing this please stand up? Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents of Hardin Valley, specifically 88 homeowners on West Gallagher Ferry. Over 400 have signed an online petition. We oppose the application for rezoning and sector plan amendment for 2600 West Gallagher Ferry. This heavily sloped forested land is subject to hilltop protection, slope protection in the existing growth policy plan. Therefore, as planning staff has stated, much of the property may not be disturbed. There are many road safety issues with this application. The proposed entrance or access to this property would be within a sharp curve on a very windy 3-mile road with minimal sight distance at the proposed entrance, with blind curves and no shoulders. The road's width varies from only 16 feet to a maximum of 19 feet. There have been many serious accidents in recent years, including with large trucks, which can block the road for hours. This road is extremely dangerous when wet with rain or covered in snow, ice, or leaves. There are many deer and other animals crossing the road. There is no room to construct a turn lane. Large construction trucks and other equipment would create increased traffic in very dangerous conditions for a long time. It is estimated that there would be 2,119 additional daily trips with the proposed density on a road that cannot handle such an increase. The county has no plans to try to improve this road because it really can't be reasonably done. There is no sewer lines for this property. Installation would be costly, especially for those houses located far from the road, and require all properties to connect to the sewer at great expense. There is already an inadequate water supply line that would not be able to serve the 112 new homes. There is already a serious problem of sediment flowing into the lake due to other developments on Hardin Valley Road. With very steep slopes on this property, the lake will be seriously affected. The zoning ordinance 6.30.01 states standards for rezoning. All conditions must be met. Amendment shall be necessary because of substantially changed or changing conditions. Stating that Hardin Valley continues to see increases in residential development, most of which is miles away from this property, absolutely does not satisfy this condition. Nor shall any direct or indirect adverse effects result from such amendment. This amendment would adversely affect road safety and increase traffic. If a sewer and water line is installed, this would cause an adverse effect for existing property owners because they would be required to connect at great expense. The requested density is too high for the sloped property. The only access is on a very dangerous road with no improvements in sight or feasible. The scenic river designation does not adequately protect Melton Hill Lake from runoff of stormwater or debris from construction and clearing of many hundreds of trees. There would be a great disturbance and dislocation of deer, fox, coyotes, turkeys, eagles, and other birds as a result of this development. The development makes our overcrowded schools worse. None of the requirements for the sector plan amendment are met. Change for conditions for sector plan amendments is the same for rezoning. Less than 10 homes have been built on this 3-mile road in the last 20 years or longer. There have been no new roads or utilities, no air or emissions in the plan. There is no trend in development, population, or traffic near this property that warrants reconsideration of the original plan proposal. Nearest development, Covered Bridge, has only a tiny piece of property which is adjacent to the east side of this property. Access is totally different from that development than the proposed development. This development should not be considered a minor extension to justify a sector plan amendment. Therefore, the required conditions for both rezoning and sector plan amendments simply have not been met, and this application should be denied. Development of property should occur when infrastructure is already in place or can easily be put in place. We don't have the infrastructure in place, and it isn't feasible to install it now to support a large development. We should be protecting and preserving the natural beauty of this beautiful property, not destroying it by clear cutting it and damaging the adjacent Melton Hill Lake, which is used by many people from miles around. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schulte. Mr. Mullins?
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Again, Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the property owner, DJ Wheeler, who's sitting here behind me. Yes, this is 112 acres in the rural area. We had originally asked for 2 dwelling units an acre, which is the maximum you can ask for in the rural area under the current growth policy plan without there being a traffic impact analysis. On the front end, staff recommended 1 dwelling unit acre, and we are in agreement with staff's recommendation as to the planned residential rezoning and the density that they have recommended for approval. And let me be clear, there's no proposed development, there's no proposed entrance on this property yet. You know, there are issues with the road that will need to be addressed. Will have to be a full traffic impact analysis that we will have to do that will recommend improvements to, you know, West Gallagher Ferry. And I've been, I understand from Engineering Public Works that they would like to see the entirety of West Gallagher Ferry to Hickory Creek to be improved to 20 feet. There is a 3-inch water line there, which may need to be increased to a 5-inch water line along that stretch of road as well. And we do have to run sanitary sewer to that, or either our development would have to have septic, which is a potential option as well. But we don't have a development plan yet. The concerns that the neighbors are raising are concerns that will be addressed once there is a plan in place, once there is a traffic impact analysis, once we decide or try to determine how we can address the utility issues. Right now, this is a rezoning from agriculture, which allows 1 dwelling unit acre by right, to planned residential, which allows 1 dwelling unit acre after you submit a development plan. The only difference is the planned residential is intended to provide creative solutions to environmental design problems and site constraints, which this property, as the neighbors have mentioned, has environmental design problems and site constraints. And that is exactly why we are asking for the planned residential zone, which staff agrees, and staff has laid out their rationale for the sector plan amendment and the rezoning, and I believe they have analyzed it properly. There are a couple of issues with their recommendation, though, that I would like to address. The 2 conditions that they have placed on the property I don't believe are appropriate at this time. So I'm going to bring up the novel. I don't think we've discussed this in a while, but there's a hillside protection plan in place that the county has not adopted. It says advisory only, but it's non-binding. And one of staff's recommendations is that essentially it applies the hillside protection as the city has adopted it and allows disturbing no more than 44.6 acres on the property. I don't know if we will disturb more or less than that, but I don't think at this time it's appropriate to have the hillside protection plan applied to this if it's not been adopted by the county yet. And so we would ask that that condition be removed. The second condition involves the Scenic River Act of 1968. And I'll admit, I had never heard of the Scenic River Act until 1968 until this application. And the recommendation is that there's be no disturbance permitted 450 feet from the property line. And it cites 10 Code Ann 1113-108, which is one of the provisions of the Scenic River Act. Scenic River Act actually goes through 1113-101 through 1113-118. And when you look at the statute as a whole, 108 doesn't define disturbance. The Scenic River Act doesn't define or even prohibit disturbance. What it does, and for a Class 3 scenic river, which this stretch of the Clinch River is, it means that the Commissioner of the Environment and Conservation may define what the boundary for that river may be. And he has 2 years to do that under the statute. I don't know if he's done it or not. Statute was adopted in 1968. I don't know if the limit is 450 feet or if it's less, because that limit can be less. The statute says it can be no more than 450 feet. We talked about unintended consequences. That statute applies whether it's a condition to this rezoning or not. And to the extent it applies and to the extent it has been adopted by the Environmental and Conservation on this particular piece of property, we'll have to comply with that. Again, that's something that can be addressed at a development plan stage when we move forward with whatever plan we may have. And to be clear, Mr. Wheeler doesn't have a plan in mind. He's thought of different things he can do. This zoning just kind of gives him the flexibility to further think about those things. And that's why he's asking for the rezoning. I understand, again, the concerns neighbors have. They're sincere concerns. I met with about 80 of them a couple of months ago. We postponed this, had a meeting with Commissioners Frazier, Commissioners Hill out there, and Commissioner Oster also attended. And we talked about this, answered questions. I understand their concerns. They will be addressed, but they don't have to be addressed now. This is just simply permission to ask for a zoning that gives us more flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins. All right. Commissioner Higgins.
Question for staff. The 450-foot buffer that was mentioned, is that, I guess, I know that a lot of times the conditions of approval will say things like meeting the standards of engineering and things like that. Would it be more appropriate for this to say meeting the standards of the river boundary? And maybe this is a question more for legal, or is it okay that we say 450 feet in there? Could do it, or say basically meeting the standards of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Tennessee River boundary as described in, yeah.
Okay. Would it be appropriate to say 450 feet unless otherwise prescribed by the river boundary? That way we've set 450 as the baseline, but then if the boundary is different than that, they can go less?
My recommendation would be not, is just to recommend that it comply with
Okay.
The Tennessee Scenic River boundary as described in Tennessee Code annotated.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's what you're trying to.
Yeah, because it seems like there's potential other ramifications to this outside of our body. So I think that sounds good.
And I think staff's intention was just to draw attention to this, that this actually exists.
Yeah.
That's one of our roles as staff, is to make sure that we highlight these things for you all and for your consideration.
Okay. And then the current zone ag does allow for one dwelling unit an acre. Could someone with staff give us just a refresher on the difference between PR and just doing one dwelling unit an acre with ag?
Sure. So agricultural zoning has a 1 acre minimum lot size. So this would need to be, subdivided into 1 acre parcels to meet that full density versus planned residential, which allows for clustering of development in the less environmentally constrained portions. So you can put, denser housing in the optimal areas of the property.
Okay. So with that, my thoughts on this, I agree with some of the opposition here. I don't think that this really should be parceled off and developed. It just doesn't, it seems like they're to a higher density across the board, I should say. It seems like there's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be established, and I think that it's in an area where we're already seeing issues related to the amount of development. So my inclination would be to leave it as is. However, I fully agree that allowing the PR with one dwelling unit an acre is more appropriate, because that does allow for an alternative to parceling off and chopping it up. So, and my understanding is the applicant is okay with one dwelling unit an acre?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and make a motion for the first part. Make a motion to approve the rural residential land use classification because the property is consistent with the intent and location criteria of the classification, the HP hillside protection, and the SP stream protection areas would be retained.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve per staff recommendation on the land use classification by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Vice Chair Uten. Commissioner Huber.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm familiar with this parcel of property. Years ago, I walked it. Just for a little color behind it, I actually developed Covered Bridge next door. Some of the questions and the answers about utilities, that type of thing, water lines, sewer lines, we actually installed at the time, it was the largest wet well system in the West Knox Utility District, and pumped the sewer from Covered Bridge all the way up to the high school, which was about 3 miles, I think. So we intentionally oversized that. That was what the biggest question or request from West Knox Utility was, to oversize that wet well because they knew the development was coming out there. We had initially intended on, if you look at the maps and how the edge of Covered Bridge, I ended up selling it to Mr. Steyerwalt, who bought a few acres from us on the end over there. But you can see how that road was stubbed, if you zoom in on that a little bit. That was really the intention, is to extend the Covered Bridge subdivision onto this parcel. At the time, it was back in 2008. It wasn't a great time to be trying to develop anything. So we opted not to, but we had left that road stub out there. But, with respect to the density and hillside protection, that type of thing, it's already zoned for 112 units right now. Now, it would not be the right thing to do, in my opinion, to try to develop it under agricultural zone, because you would have 1 acre lots, but you would have to decimate it. Same thing again with Covered Bridge. We retained, dozens and dozens and dozens of acres on the steeper slopes in that development by design. So we ended up at about 1.8 dwelling units per acre, which is almost twice as much as what the applicant is asking for here and comfortable with here. So I think that it's 1 unit an acre. I think it gives the an opportunity for the developer to come to us with a good planned, under-planned residential versus them trying to do a plan in agricultural. They can conserve some of the slopes and see what that comes with. Now, all the other questions are very valid. With the folks here about the road width. Again, I've been out there and driven that road. It's windy and narrow and dangerous. But I think that gets addressed at the concept plan stage and the design stage. And if the traffic study says that there has to be a lot of road improvements, then that's just part of the deal. So I think it's a good use out there. That being said, I'm not a fan of the hillside and making it a requirement of this, because it takes away some of the flexibility from the developer to be able to work through the property. I agree, Mr. Higgins, about maybe narrowing up on the language on condition number 1. And I'll take a shot at this. So we got to go for a motion or vote on the first one first. So then if you could come back
to it.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. So, Commissioner Higgins, you want to say anything else, or we're ready for a vote?
I was just going to clarify that the river and hillside are in the next motion. And
Okay. Yep. All right. So everybody know where we are. We've got a motion and a second to approve per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to approve PR planned residential zone up to 1 dwelling unit an acre because it is consistent with surrounding developments and permitted residential intensity subject to 2 conditions. One condition being, or the first condition, changing what is recommended by staff to say compliance, that it meets compliance with the Clinch River, the Tennessee Scenic River boundary. Is that a good way of saying that? Okay. And condition 2, disturbing no more than 44.6 acres within the hillside protection area as recommended by the slope analysis.
Second.
So we've got a motion by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Shelso to approve planned residential with the 2 notations and the revision to that first notation.
Up to 1 dwelling acre.
Up to 1 dwelling unit, but changing of the language of being compliant in that first notation. Everybody clear on that? Okay. Commissioner Huber.
I thought you were going to come back to me. I was going to make a different motion.
Oh, okay.
Not including the hillside. I'm okay with, I think they understand they have to deal with the Tennessee Scenic River boundary. So I don't think that's an issue, but I think it's kind of hamstringing this property. Why even zone it? Why even take it to PR? You've already got 112 units. Go in there and develop it. If we're going to allow them or take it to PR at 1, I think it's a good thing because we get to look at it again, but I do not think the hillside should apply.
I just want to clarify that it's just saying not to disturb those acres. It's not limiting the density in this situation for everyone.
Yeah, it's not. But you're saying you can only disturb 44 acres out of 112. So you're taking 2/3 of the development away at that point.
Vice Chair Uten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That really speaks to the earlier conversation about hillside, and Mr. Huber brought up several times about the depth of that conversation, and the way the county works is it's a should, not a shall, and this is a shall. And because this property needs some flexibility to get to water with a small marina or anything that it does. In the agricultural zone, I'm assuming you could go in there and probably clear cut a whole heck of a lot more than what we're talking about here. So I just, I don't understand that. So I would not be supportive of pre-prescribing the amount of acreage. I think that we're going to get a development plan. We're going to have engineers involved. We're going to have slope analysis. Everybody's going to have a shot at this. And I think that's the more appropriate time to deal with whether it should be 45.5 acres, 60 acres, or 33. Not today.
Commissioner Shelso.
It's a question for Director Brooks. So if this hillside protection plan is advisory, whose job is it to be advising?
It's our responsibility as staff to make recommendations to you all. We use it as a advisory tool, and you all can make your own recommendations to County Commission.
Okay. All right. So this is where the hillside protection meets the road here, is in this meeting. And so if we don't try and uphold it, it doesn't work. And so I couldn't find a better property where this would probably apply, next to a river with really steep slopes. So I think it makes perfect sense, as staff has recommended.
Okay, so we all know what we're voting on. Everybody got that? Everybody clear? So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Call a roll, Mr. DeArmond.
Commissioner Uten?
No.
Commissioner Boyer?
No.
Commissioner Huber?
No.
Commissioner Shelso?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez? Commissioner Browning?
No.
Commissioner Higgins?
Yes.
Commissioner Levinson?
No.
Commissioner Adams?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Commissioner Midas?
Yes.
Commissioner Overton? Commissioner Hill?
No. Give me a count.
It's 5 to 8, 8 noes.
Motion fails, 8-5.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion we approve the PR planned residential zone up to 1 DU per the acre because it's consistent with the surrounding development and permitted residential intensity, subject to the one condition that Commissioner Higgins bifurcated.
Condition number 1 revised.
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
We got a motion by Vice Chair Uten to approve planned residential up to 1 dwelling unit per acre with the 1 denotation revised by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Huber. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Call a roll, Mr. DeArmond.
Commissioner Uten?
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Huber?
Yes.
Commissioner Shelso?
No.
Commissioner Perez? Commissioner Browning?
Aye.
Commissioner Higgins?
No.
Commissioner Levinson? Commissioner Adams?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Midas?
No.
Commissioner Overton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
That's 8 to 5. Yes.
Motion passes, 8-5. All right. We are on to agenda item number 7. This will require 2 motions. Applicant is Millstone Ventures LLC. Location is north side of Outlet Drive, east of Snyder Road, 18 acres. Present plan designation zoning, medium density residential, hillside protection, and planned residential up to 12 dwelling units per acre. Proposed plan designation zoning, MDRO, medium density residential and office, hillside protection, and office medical related services, OB. Existing land use, agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. Staff recommendation, deny the sector plan amendment to the MDRO land use classification because it is not warranted with the current planned residential up to 12 dwelling units per acre zoning. Hillside protection would be retained. Second recommendation, deny OB zone because it is inconsistent with the surrounding area and sector plan. And I see Councilor Mullins before us. And do we have opposition? Seeing no opposition, would you like to proceed?
Thank you. Ben Mullins, 552 West Main Street, here for the applicant, Millstone. I also have Mirza Suman and Owen Hartman. They drove down from Indianapolis today. They are the development managers for this project. They've been very involved in this project and discussing this and trying to get this project off the ground from the beginning. What we're trying to propose here, it's zoned right now, it's got an MDR, medium density residential sector plan on it. It's next to a high density residential development sector plan to the west, but it was only developed at 18 units an acre. We can do apartments on it now. We can do apartments at 12 dwelling units an acre now. However, this, unlike the last property we were talking about, this property does not really have any environmental constraints on it. There's just a small section of hillside up in the upper northwest corner, and there are a couple of closed contours on it, but we've done some preliminary geotech, and we think only one of those is an actual sinkhole. And if you'll look at the proposed concept plan that we've already put together on this property, we're using that as a feature in the development, so kind of putting that to use in a positive and respectful way. This location, I think, is tailor-made for this type of development in the county. And there's not many places in the county, I think, where you could do this type of development. It is in an urban growth boundary. It's the Farragut urban growth boundary, but it's still an urban growth boundary. And according to 11.2, medium density up to 6 to 24 dwelling units an acre. This is 6.2 in the current general plan that is in place now. Medium density of 6 to 24 dwelling units an acre in urban growth areas adjacent to neighborhood and community centers. And this is an area where it has been growing. There has been changing conditions. Across the street, Top Golf has gone in. There are plans for restaurants and hotels in that area. In fact, in 2019, the town of Farragut changed that from being, kind of their lower density residential to this outer drive entertainment and employment district, which is a significant change in conditions since the 2016 sector plan was in place. I erroneously said that outer drive there is a 5-lane major collector. It is actually only a 3-lane, but the lanes are so wide you would think that you could probably put 5 lanes in there. In fact, last night coming home, I drove down, Interstate 40 was a parking lot, Lovell Road was a parking lot, Campbell Station Road was a parking lot. I got on outer drive and went 40 miles an hour smooth sailing. This part of the county has been underutilized despite the developments that have tried to go in there, and much of the commercial development to the east really hasn't been able to find purchase yet. So finding a way where you can put some respectful, well-intentioned density in this area, I think is would be a well-conceived notion for the county to do. We reached out to the neighbors early on. We sent letters to every one of the neighbors that directly abut this property. There's 10 of them there. Had a neighborhood meeting. 6 out of the 10 homes appeared and showed up at that neighborhood meeting. We left there with 5 letters in support, although one of the letters, the property owner didn't sign it. So we submitted 4 letters in support. But the rest of the people that attended, appreciated what we were trying to do and really appreciate the transparency in them reaching out and are in favor of this type of development because they know something's going to go there eventually, and apartments can go there eventually. But what the plan is to transition the densities to where your higher density is to the west, closer to where the tapestry is, and then feather it down to where there's a pretty significant buffer and some single-family residential scale townhomes on the east side there adjacent to the neighbors. And that's what our intent is to do on this property. We talked about transition zones, and that was a big conversation during the agenda review. And, the MDRO sector plan location criteria said, These uses provide a buffer to low-density residential areas, particularly when located adjacent to arterial collector, which we are here, or as a transition between commercial uses and a neighborhood. And there are some significant commercial uses to the southwest and directly across the street in that Outer Drive Regional Entertainment and Employment District. It is true that the Tapestry is only built out at PR at 18 dwelling units an acre, but the sector plan allows for high-density residential. And high-density residential sector plans in the county does have consideration for greater than 24 dwelling units an acre. And so this does serve as a transition between what could go there in that high-density residential sector plan area and what is adjacent. And what's unique about this property is the adjacent residential neighborhood. They back up to Outer Drive, but they don't have access to Outer Drive. None of the traffic that will be generated from this development will affect that residential neighborhood there immediately to the east. They have to come all the way up further north, and they have access to Level Road at that time. So I do respect staff's recommendation. I don't think staff didn't mention the change of the zoning
Councilor
for
Mullins,
Farragut.
could you wrap up, please?
Absolutely. As a changing condition, and I think that's absolutely warrants a reconsideration of the sector plan and the zoning at this location. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. When I look at this, I see infrastructure already in place. I see proximity to other resources and similar zones. So I don't agree with staff on this one, and I'd like to. My gut is that others will feel the same way. So I would like to make a motion to approve the sector plan amendment because of the changes in the area. Is that enough of a reason? Okay.
Second.
Okay, so we've got a motion to approve MDRO. Let's see, is that where we are? Yeah, MDRO with hillside protection and, is that right? Is that where we are? Yep, okay, yep, all right. And we've got that by, Commissioner Higgins made the motion. Commissioner Perez, did you second? Okay. Commissioner Perez seconded. Seeing no other lights other than Commissioner Higgins, which I don't think he means to have it on. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have one no. Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the OB zone because it is, I think, consistent with the surrounding areas.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Higgins to approve the OB, seconded by Commissioner Perez. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have one no. Motion carries. Thank you. On to agenda item number 10, Masana Investments LLC. Location, North Wooddale Road, north of North Ruggles Ferry Pike, 23.09 acres. Present zoning agriculture, zoning requested, planned residential, existing land use, agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. Density proposed up to 5 dwelling units per acre. Staff recommendation, approve the planned residential zone with up to 3 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the sector plan and surrounding development, subject to the one condition. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant present? Do we have any opposition? All right, let's see here. Okay. Let's see, we have 2, I think we have 2 to speak against. So, Mr. Anders, would you like to speak? Excuse me, I'm assuming, Mr. Davis, you want to defer? Okay.
No, you go first. Thank you. My name is Herb Anders. I live in Knox County in the Ruggles Ferry community. And I come in opposition to development as it's proposed. We realize in the Ruggles Ferry community and East Knox community that development is inevitable. We like responsible development. And our Ruggles Ferry community encompasses an area bordered by the Holston River, Andrew Johnson Highway, and Asheville Highway. There's approximately 6,000 acres there. The average lot size is 1 per 7 acres on average. There are many large beef farms along Ruggles Ferry, and there's a lot of agriculture that goes along with that. The intent of my opposition is to help preserve the rural character of our community. In 2012, along with the Midway Park development, there was an East Knox community plan developed. It was strongly encouraged by the developers of the plan, and it was adopted at that time by the county to preserve the rural character of East Knox County along the French Broad corridor and along the Holston River corridor. This property is probably a half a mile from the Holston River on a dead-end road, which is not 18 feet wide. And some recent truck movement along that road caused pretty good damage. It collapsed a culvert underneath the pavement, had to be repaired, and numerous other failures because of the trucks traveling on that. And we understand development. And after walking this property this morning, I was told that there's an eagle's nest on the northeast corner just off of this property, less than 100 feet off that property. USDA has been contacted, and I have not received calls back, but I was told by someone at USDA that that is a heavily protected bird in the area. They handle all federally protected and endangered species of birds. So there would be some constraints there to develop this property, and it's a property that needs improvement. I agree with that, and I would encourage that if this commission, if they choose to move forward with this development or this rezoning, then it would be limited to the 2 units per acre in consideration of what the county is planning to do in the future with these zones. And I would remind this commission that in the last 5 years, requests to take agriculture land into PR is 100%. This commission has approved 100% those requests. And that's a trend that we would like to see change. And I have a question for you. I would hope that I could get some kind of an answer. That what is the criteria to not change agriculture to planned residential? Fully realizing that this property is in the growth plan, fully realizing that development has to take place. Again, I ask for responsible development in the rural areas, and I think we've gone a long way with the new growth plan that's on the horizon. And one comment with regards to that I heard today from this commission, that there was a lot of opposition to the growth plan. I've been to a lot of these meetings regarding the growth plan, and I don't think there's any opposition that this plan needed updates. It's been asked for by numerous commissions, and I was part of that for 7 years. I was sitting where you sat, needing an update to this plan because it was so vague. We asked for shalls and not should. We asked for wills and not may. In this plan, we supported the update, and that's the reason we spoke out so loudly. We wanted more constraints in this plan and would make your job, county commission jobs, easier when they're considering these requests. So with that in mind, I would ask you to either deny or take it to two units per acre. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Anders. Mr. DuBois?
He had to leave.
Okay, all right. Okay. Oh, Mr. Davis?
Scott Davis, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville 37939. And we agree with staff's recommendation for the 3 units per acre. It is in the growth plan. And I respectfully request you all approve as per staff recommendation.
Commissioner Adams.
This is a question for council. What is the guidance on bald eagles?
It's not particularly a land use issue. Obviously, there are environmental protections that would be applicable, but in terms of what this body should look to, I think you have to look to land use principles.
I think we looked up, we had some information prior to the meeting, didn't we? And
Yeah.
they are protected. They're not endangered anymore, I think, or they're off the endangered list.
They have
Is that
been
right?
delisted, but they are protected by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Their nests and all that. So that's taken care of outside of this body. So it's not something that we should
Right,
condition
that's what I
approval
was
on.
trying to understand,
Correct,
like,
yeah.
what do we, so we.
We don't need to do
We
it.
don't need to do anything for that. Yeah.
Commissioner Huber.
I guess a point of clarification, because we have talked a lot about the new land use plan and the comprehensive plan and the growth plan. So if I'm reading this right, the property's currently in planned growth.
That's correct.
Okay, and then even if you reference, it's a little hard to read on the new.
The future place types.
Right, because there's a hatched area. It looks like it has been changed recently, close to it, but it still appears to me that it's in the plan, or it would be new classification of suburban residential.
It's predominantly suburban residential, and yes, nothing's been changed on this particular piece of property as it relates to the proposed plan.
Okay, just clarify.
Vice Chair Uden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the PR planned residential zone up to 3 per the acre because it's consistent with the sector plan and surrounding development, subject to the one condition.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Vice Chair Uten to approve per staff recommendation and seconded by Commissioner Levinson. Commissioner Smith.
Yes, and Commissioner Adams, to answer your question, just in case you can't sleep tonight, you can go to 16 U.S.C. 668 to 668D, as well as 50 CFR 22.6 to read the Bald Eagle Protection Act. I promise it will put you to sleep very quickly.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Chairman Neal, may
Yes,
I
sir.
make one comment,
Please be
clarification on my
brief.
comments? With regards to the Eagle, I fully realize that this body doesn't do that. I did that for information only, and I would remind that anybody that wants to disturb an area near any of these, there's stringent permitting required to do that, and I fully realize that, but I did want to make that comment.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. All right, on to agenda item 13. BBK Properties is the subdivision applicant developer, Justin Briner. Location south side of Black Road, east of Summit Station Lane, 9.94 acres. Zoning is planned residential up to 2.99 dwelling units per acre, pending. Existing land use, rural residential, agricultural, forestry, and vacant. Proposed use, detached residential subdivision. Number of lots, 7. No variances. We do have some alternative design standards. See, so this will require 2 motions. Staff recommendation is approve the concept plan subject to 6 conditions. That's first motion, recommendation. Second recommendation would be approve the development plan for up to 7 detached houses, 6 new and 1 existing, on individual lots and a peripheral setback reduction to 15 feet along the west side of Lot 1 and the east side of Lot 6, and to 25 feet along Black Road, subject to the 2 noted conditions. And is the applicant present? And do we have opposition? Any opposition? Seeing no opposition, you may proceed.
No, I don't have anything to say if you don't have any questions.
Okay. Commission?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to the 6 conditions in the staff report.
Second.
Let's see, who made that second? Okay, all right. Commissioner Smith made a motion to approve the concept plan subject to 6 conditions, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 7 detached houses, 6 new and 1 existing on individual lots and in a peripheral setback reduction of 15 feet along the west side of Lot 1 and the east side of Lot 6 and to 25 feet along Black Road, subject to 2 conditions as listed in the report.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the development plan per staff recommendation by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Agenda item 18. Let's see here. This is coming from, yeah, okay. Okay. This is a similar use determination, and I think Mr. Reynolds will walk us through this. If you could give us some description here, we'd appreciate it.
Sure, thank you. So similar use determination, the purpose of this is to, for the Planning Commission to make a decision on whether a proposed use is similar to listed permitted uses or uses permitted on review within a certain zone district. Because, obviously, there's a lot more uses out there than what we list in the zoning ordinance, so sometimes it's vague and whether it's truly permissible in the zone or not. In this case, the property, the owners of this property have a property zoned agricultural, it's fairly large, and they want to have off-road vehicle trails. There's nothing in the zoning code that speaks to it explicitly. There's commercial zones that probably this would fit in. There are zones that allow racetracks, which would be pretty obvious. That would be kind of similar to that. But the agricultural zone really doesn't have anything that is explicitly vehicle related or commercial related for this type of use. Their request is to have the four-wheel drive vehicle, or I guess off-road vehicle trails considered like a parks and rec type use. Specifically, in the agricultural zone, there's a use permitted on review called subsection O, public parks and playgrounds and public, private, and commercial sports playing fields. So it's kind of that commercial sports playing fields part of it that they're saying that they're most similar to. And they're also comparing the use to something that we do see in Knox County quite often, which are bike trails, mountain biking trails. Obviously, they are very similarly situated on ridges and forested areas. Most of our mountain biking trails are in public parks. There are, but there's nothing that would necessarily restrict someone from considering that, park type use. But from a staff recommendation standpoint, we're recommending denial because of the definition for a sports playing field is pretty specific to what it is. It does say generally like, or not limited to, but let me just read what that says. So sports playing field is an open space set aside for the playing of field sports that may include benches or bleachers for observers. Sports playing fields include, but are not limited to, baseball, field hockey, football, lacrosse, soccer, softball, and volleyball. I guess I'll kind of leave it at that for now, and if you have questions, I'm here to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Okay. Is the applicant present? Yes. All right. And do we have opposition? Any opposition? All right. If you'll state your name and address, sir.
Patrick McGuire, 1112 Tarkland Valley Road, Knoxville. I didn't really have a speech prepared. Didn't know I was supposed to do that, but I'll answer any questions. And I don't know that it's like a sports field at all. It's like mountain biking. It's in the woods. Sound carries up to the top of the hill where there's no dwellings up there. Closest neighbor we have does not complain about the noise. I make sure vehicles are not overly noisy, make sure they're compliant to like OEM standards. I've been off-road my entire life, so I can just tell the difference when they're overly loud, and I kick them out. I tell them they can't come back till they fix their machine. So it's all wooded. We take down very few trees. I mean, it's mostly saplings just to create trails. We're worried about erosion, so we put water breaks in, kind of like a mountain bike course. We don't have races. We don't have drag races, nothing, no competitions. It's just trail riding. So I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
I think there's a huge difference in the sound and the disturbance with a motorized vehicle versus a mountain bike. I make a motion to deny this request as a similar use.
We've got a motion and a motion by Commissioner Adams to deny, seconded by Commissioner Midas. And we've got more discussion underway here. Commissioner Shelso.
Yeah, Mr. Reynolds, is there any other type of use that ATVs are allowed in? I mean, any other type of zone, I guess is what
I guess.
Yeah.
You know, if this was like a personal property and you were just driving your own vehicle on it, that's permissible. It's the commercial part of it where you're advertising it open to rent or, you know, for outings and that kind of thing that changes the use. There's, like I mentioned before, the county ordinance really doesn't address this type of use explicitly. It is a commercial type use, so I presumably could be allowed in a commercial zone of some sort. And so I think that's probably where it fit best.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Reynolds, what would be if it were in commercial? I guess what I'm asking is where would how would you classify the use?
I don't know, I might look to Steve, see if he has any good ideas. Steve Elliott with the Coast Department. I might look to Steve Elliott with the Coast Department, see if he has any good ideas. But I mean, I would think it'd be anything that would allow other types of motor vehicle rentals. Think about like an attraction, like a go-kart track or something. You know, it'd be most likely in a commercial zone. I don't know what use it probably falls under, but there are some amusement type uses that maybe fall under like an amusement type use.
Mr. Elliott, you want to take a stab at it?
Yeah, I agree with Mike. I think I'd look at amusement type places. One of the other things I do though, when the use isn't defined, I look in the zone and see what's there that's similar. You know, and in the ag zone, you know, this parcel could have an aircraft landing field on it. You know, so what would be more intensive? An off-road park or, you know, an airfield. So, that's what I look at, and when I'm looking at to see what it would compare to. So there, you know.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Higgins.
I don't really see an issue with the current use, and I would hate to make a vote to, kill a business. And although I will say that's why we have the permitting process, is to check for approval before we start doing things. But I think that this requires a more creative solution, and we've had the situations in the past where there's been things that weren't well defined within the code. I'm trying to think of a couple of examples that are just very close to my tongue, but not there, but where we've had situations like this where there's been a non-compliant use and we've had to look at what the interpretation is. I don't like the idea of setting a precedent of redefining what a sports playing field is because I don't think that this really meets that definition, although I do wonder if, maybe if they just put bleachers up and put down I don't know. It seems like they could very easily get there. It just doesn't. In order to get there, it almost seems like they would have to make it more intense. So I think our problem here, I think that we should try to find a different solution other than redefining a definition. Staff have any recommendations for how else we could go about this?
I think, I'm looking at Mr. Elliott. We have gone around about this. I think the challenge, we need a different, a use. We need a use to add to our code. As you all know, our code is very outdated, and I think that's where we've landed, is that we just can't find a use that's similar enough in the existing code.
With that, then I wonder, could we allow them to proceed as a non-compliant operation until staff can come up with a use and determine whether it's appropriate here? No?
No. I think we have them under NOV now for operating with a use that's not defined in the ag zone. So I think we would need to define a use or get them an approval somehow, or else they would have to stop.
Okay. What about if there was a postponement? Could they?
I think we've said as long as they're making progress towards a resolution, then we would allow them to continue to operate.
So could we ask the applicant if they would want to postpone while staff takes another look at maybe our definitions and uses?
I would say that I don't think that we've already determined that this particular use is not similar. So the question, I guess, would be if we're continuing to work towards a solution, it needs to be a different use defined in the code. Does that make sense? It's not similar enough to the sports playing field.
Right.
And which is what you all are considering today. You're not considering whether or not the use should continue and operate.
I guess my concern is if we deny this right now, then what happens to their operations in the meantime? Would they?
They would be stopped. We would issue a stop work order.
So I agree that this doesn't meet the definition, but postponing it allows them to come back to you all and talk to you all about alternatives. Is that, if we can, there's a motion on the floor, so.
My big concern is setting a precedent to make this a usage that is similar to mountain bike trails or ball fields, and it's very different. So I don't think you're disagreeing with that. I have no desire to squelch someone's business, but I feel like my task is to look beyond this specific case and think about the ramifications for the longer term implications. So that's why I'm voting to deny.
Would you consider postponing to address that later?
Let me ask one other option here. Would the applicant be willing to withdraw?
And that may have some consequences. Can you bring it back?
As in,
If you can bring it back.
what do you mean by that exactly?
Well, we know that if we vote this down, if we vote to approve the motion, that it sounds like operations will cease.
Okay.
If you withdraw and you're making progress, and I'm trying to interpret some of the comments here, and you guys are trying to work things, whatever that means, work things out, whether it means shutting him down or finding a way, at least there's some time to deal with that?
I'm not sure if we deny him today that there's a pathway forward without county commission adding a use to the zoning ordinance that he would fit in. So
I misinterpreted your initial comments. I thought y'all said
no.
Give time.
Also, the bylaws do say that a withdrawal of an application which has already been placed upon commission's agenda is deemed as a denial of the application, and a new application for the same proposal can't be accepted for a period of 1 year, which is why I'm saying that if there is a motion that's been seconded properly So at this point, if the will of the group is to try to see if there's something short of proceeding to a vote, then the original motion maker could agree to withdraw for the time being that motion and second, and see if there's a motion to postpone for 30 days or 60 days or some period of time. That would be procedurally the next step if that's what you wanted to do, rather than hear the motion itself.
And so I'm looking back at Director Brooks, because if I withdraw my motion, we postpone, and you've already vetted this for there not being a aligned code. That's a problem with the code. But is the county are you going to then actually create a code fix for that for this particular case?
We would be looking for some direction from this body of what next steps you would like for us to take.
I got an idea.
Hang on one second there. Okay.
I was going to see if I could throw something at it. Go ahead.
Okay.
It's okay.
All right.
I think we're all trying to find a solution, and I'm flexible in my motion, but not to the degree that if I changed it, I all of a sudden set up the scenario where mountain bikes are the same thing as ATVs.
Commissioner Smith.
So I'm not an attorney, but I used to work with some great ones in Nashville, and just because the code is silent on something doesn't mean it's against it. It means it's neither for nor against it. It's silent on the issue. So therefore, what we could do is postpone for 90 days to give a legislative body the option to speak into a code to define something without actually approving nor denying it. We are pushing it down the road to allow that body to then speak on the issue.
Yeah, that's what.
Mr. Elliott, would you like to comment?
Yes, in talks with the commissioner for this, the county commissioner for this area, he's agreeable to, somewhat agreeable to this use here. So maybe we postpone and let us talk with him and see if he would request this body to come up with standards or define where this use would belong in the zoning ordinance. If I think maybe that's a solution, and then we could allow them to operate while we're waiting on that resolution.
Thank you. Commissioner Scelso?
So would this be similar to, is it like a gun range? Is this special use within what zone?
So let's just assume that the planning commission.
I'm trying to draw
Yeah.
a parallel. Like, it's the noise is the big issue, right? So we have special use for things that make noise, right? So
I would say it's not just noise. It's an oil-based motorized vehicle, so there's not just noise.
Okay.
Yes, it lacks performance standards, so we don't have any standards to point back to. But there are some other standards in the code generally, but yes, I think if we were to look at this and develop a new use, we would probably add some additional standards that we don't currently have specific to this type
an
of.
ATV recreation facility as a special use with performance standards. right?
Potentially.
Okay.
Commissioner Midas?
I wondered if y'all looked at CB zone. It looks like outdoor amusement is allowed in that zone, which I think this kind of qualifies as that.
Yeah, I think that's where we're saying like this would probably fit into like an amusement type use.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just the CB zoning would be a tough thing to get in this location. Well, in the location of their property, we haven't really been talking about their property specifically in this, but it's tough to get in the locations they might want these facilities.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Higgins?
So I'll just clarify what my hope here is that if we postpone, we give staff time to either come up with a definition for this type of use, or if they decide, if staff thinks that it really does need to fit under the outdoor recreation, maybe staff could look into whether a use on review or special use would be appropriate for outdoor recreation in the ag district. I don't want to necessarily give too specific parameters, but I think that denying right now does have a negative impact, and I think that this is something that is broad and potentially complicated, and so I would just like to allow for them to keep working with staff a little bit longer and hopefully come up with another approach to this.
Commissioner Smith, do you have a comment?
Oh, no,
Okay.
I've commented enough.
Commissioner Adams?
Director Brooks, your work program and the time phase that it would actually take for this to be addressed?
That's a great question. We have a lot on our work program. Hopefully it's going to get a little lighter here since you all have passed the comprehensive land use transportation plan. 90 days, I think, would be, if you all were to postpone for 90 days, I think it's something that we can
And let me add just another element to this, since nothing has gone simply today. It might be easier, and I'll address the applicant about this, it might be easier to deny it and let commission deal with it, and quicker. And if he appeals it, then is he allowed to operate?
Yes, I think if he was still working through the appeal process, we'd allow him to operate.
Right.
Go ahead, Director Brooks. You seem concerned with that.
So if it goes to county well, okay, I see what you're saying. You want to deny it and allow them to appeal planning commission's decision.
Because it sounds like the district rep
But it
is
sounds,
trying to make it work, so let them, they're ultimately going to deal with it anyway.
I haven't had a conversation with the district commissioner about whether or not he would be comfortable with allowing it, in this particular definition. I think what could happen is that they'll say, we don't think it fits here either, but planning, we want you to go back and come up with a new definition.
Okay.
Yeah. It could go either,
Yeah, and your downside there too is if you did, I understand your thought, Mr. Chair, but if you did deny and for some reason it didn't work out in county commission, then the applicant, again, would not be able to submit the same proposal for a period of 1 year after the denial. So I would be concerned that in the event that county commission didn't work it out, that might work an outcome that you're not predicting.
so what I would like to do is, and I appreciate any words of wisdom from council on doing this correctly, but to amend, to change my motion so that it would be a motion to postpone for 90 days with the specific activity to be that this matter go back to planning so that they can assess a zone that is more appropriate and maybe create a zone that is appropriate for this particular type of activity and its impact, and that it not be aligned with a similar use approach.
Do you mean to create a zone or to find a zone that it best fits
Or
in?
definition.
My colleague is saying create a use. And I'm not exactly sure which one. What I'm trying to avoid is coming back here, and I know this is, I'm being hyperbolic, but that now it's like boats, or now it's like something else, like to avoid the trying to create it as being similar to, but to create something that acknowledges the unique characteristics of this specific activity.
Okay, so we had a motion. Will you repeat that one more time?
You're kidding, right? I would like to change my motion to postpone the matter for 90 days for the specific reason that planning staff can assess a use zone for this that is appropriate for this activity, not one that is just akin to something that already exists in the code.
Okay, so we've got a motion to postpone for 90 days, seconded by,
Well, she originally seconded, so I want to defer to Commissioner Midas.
okay, Commissioner Midas, are you seconding this motion? Okay. Yes. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Seeing no other lights. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right.
Thank you.
Sorry, All right, we're on to item 22. This will require one motion related to the one-year plan, and the recommendation is for Knoxville, Knox County Planning Staff recommend approval of the 2024 one-year plan update. And what's that? What? So, any discussion?
Make a motion to approve.
Commissioner Shelso.
I've got a potential amendment that I'd like to pass out.
Then I'm just going to withdraw that and let him make what he wants to make.
So this amendment basically goes back to, and I tried to sort of touch on it at our agenda review, but after Recode was done, the one-year plan had to be updated at the beginning of 2020, along with the land use classification table. So what happened in City Council's meeting was, if you watch the video of their COVID-era Zoom meeting, I think a bit of a fumbled modification where they removed RN3 from an area, an LDR, and they removed RN5 from MDR. And what that did is that created quite a few cases where we had a lot of, and it used to be in the one-year plan, we are now removing them, but we used to note all of the different inconsistencies of where they didn't line up. I got my first lesson on it in 2020 when, as a board member of a HOA, we took advantage of the one-year rezone request, and I looked at what our condos had, our townhomes, and we figured out I preferred that we had a zone that fit the density we had. And I tried to get RN5 because after adding up the number of units, if we wanted to rebuild, RN5 is what fit. But because of this change, we had to go with MDRO. And this body has seen a lot of MDRO requests come through it for RN5 specifically. And the reason is because RN5 was not removed from MDRO in the land use classification table, only from MDR. And so for that reason, it makes sense to really fix, I think, the MDR classification to allow RN5. And when it comes to LDR, RN3 is a relatively low intensive use. So some of the more intense uses within RN3 require a special use. So there is a degree of sort of protection that this body gets to see whether a proposal within RN3 would fit on top of a potential any rezone, right? So, but really this just kind of brings it back to what Recode and our land use classification table was intended to have. And City Council, when they changed it, they said, let's revisit this when we can meet back in the city-county building in a public forum. And I think it's time for them to do that.
Is that a motion?
This is a motion to approve the one-year plan with this as a amendment.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the one-year plan with the noted changes by Commissioner Shelso based on this handout, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Huber, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to wholeheartedly agree with this amendment. I've personally experienced it, from the development standpoint, and RN3 is not an intensive zone. It's townhomes, that type of thing. And as we're even looking at the UDO on the county side, I mean, I think that's what's going to start incorporating that style of housing more, which is what we need. I mean, it's a good product. And I agree with Commissioner Scelso. RN5 really belongs in MDR, not in the high-density residential. It's just not appropriate, but I'll definitely be supporting. I think it's a good add.
Commissioner Midas?
I guess I'd like to hear from staff on this. I have some townhomes behind me, and I think they're RN5. I also don't understand, do we really want RN1, 2, 3, and 4 in high-density residential? I mean, if you're really wanting more density, are you going to allow for a single family? I'm kind of confused.
That's already in there.
So this is already in there, the RN1, RN2, this may also be considered?
That is correct, yeah. We did,
okay, so just the red is what he's adding?
Yes, I believe so. That's correct.
Is this something that you guys have discussed?
We discussed it, as Commissioner Scelso pointed out, back in 2020, when the 2020 update, we reviewed it. And this was our proposal, essentially going forward to City Council at that time.
This was staff's proposal too?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was Planning Commission's recommendation as well at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Adams, you have, okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we've got a special use to review here. This will require one motion. The agenda item 25, applicant Katie Wozak, Batson Hines, Norvell and Poe. Location, south side of West Governor Johnsonville Highway, east side of Alcoa Highway, north of Topside Road. Approximate size of tract 42 acres. Zoning RN1C, single-family residential neighborhood, hillside protection overlay. Existing land use, public, quasi-public land. Proposed use, new driveway on Topside Road and expansion of existing right turn lane on West Governor Johnsonville Highway. The staff recommendation is to approve the request for a driveway to Topside Road and a minor expansion of the right turn lane on the driveway to West Governor Johnsonville Highway, subject to the noted 5 conditions. Is the applicant present?
We are. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
And do we have opposition? Opposition. All right. Okay. All right, we have, looks like several signed up for this. So we'll start with Miss Mary Miller. Unless you want to proceed, Counselor.
I'll defer.
Okay.
I'm Mary D. Miller. I reside at 3918 Shipwatch Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37920. I'm here in my capacity as a resident and not as an attorney. That we live in the Anchorage subdivision, which is the last subdivision on the east side of Alcoa Highway on Topside. There are 37 homes in that subdivision with the possibility of 5 to 7 more. I would note that the church did have a meeting to talk with adjacent residents, but they did not request us to attend the meeting, and when we asked to have a meeting, they refused to meet with us, even though we were involved with this application back in 2019. Also, before I talk about the special use provisions, I would like to note that the traffic study suggested that there be a gate put on the Topside Road exit, but that is not one of the conditions noted in the approval. The traffic study also was limited to one day. It was a Sunday. It did not address other services or things like recreational fields or the amphitheater, which were things all noted in their original use. I would get to the main thing, though. This does not meet the requirements for approval of a special use in an RN1 zone. You have to consider this request in the context of the church's plans to expand to 85,000 square feet with a capacity for 1,800 members by 2027. That is why the request for the road to Topside is being asked for. The proposal is a special use proposal, and it fails to meet at least 2, if not 3, of the 5 criteria listed in the ordinance. The approval of the use is not compatible with the character of the neighborhood where it's proposed, with the size and locations of the buildings in the vicinity. Right now, Topside is all residential. It has several residential subdivisions that come off of Topside. It's an 18-foot wide road. The existing building there is 22,000 square feet. They have 658 seats. The proposed increase would be 63,000. That's not what you're looking at today. It's just for roads, but that's what they've said in their study that they're looking for. They're looking to do 1,800 members, which would be the size of probably like Sevier Heights, which is on Alcoa Highway. It also does not meet the use and nature of, because it would add substantial traffic to a residential area, streets, and it would significantly injure the value of the adjacent areas because of adjacent property because of the increased traffic. The estimate in the traffic study is that they would add 200 if you take the church's estimate that it would have traffic go 35% of their traffic would go on Topside Road. We think that there would be more because when you come off of out of the church, you turn right onto Topside Road, you come immediately to the bridge, one of the crossovers that allows you to go north or south on Alcoa Highway, and also would allow you to go to John Sevier. But if you take their 35% as true, that would add 200 cars. Right now, with their, it would add 100 cars to Topside Road. That would make it impossible for our subdivision to get out at any time there were church services. We would have to go back to Maryville Pike, Old Highway 33, and then get on John Sevier or go down to Maloney Road and access Alcoa Highway from there, which many of us do now because of the construction. So we don't believe that this meets at least 3 of the criteria for a special use approval. Remember, this is a special use. This is a residential subdivision, and so we would request that you deny the request.
All right. We have Marcus Friedman. Mr. Friedman?
Good afternoon. My name is Marcus Friedemann, 3330 John Sevier Highway, West John Sevier Highway, Knoxville. I'm the Director of Campus Safety for Calvary Knoxville and have been doing so for about the past 1.5 years. I have attended Calvary Knoxville for the past 3.5 years. I'm a retired deputy sheriff and a U.S. Army soldier. I spent 24 years in the Army, 6 years active duty, and 18 in the reserves. I was a military policeman, a CID agent, and I conducted countless dignitary protection details, many physical security surveys. I was deployed overseas 3 different times. As a deputy sheriff, I worked for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department for 28 years. My assignments included custody, patrol, multi-agency auto theft task force, and 11 years at the bomb squad, where I worked closely with the Special Enforcement Bureau, SWAT. I also had a top secret clearance and was on an FBI task force. I've carefully reviewed Calvary Knoxville's property plans and procedures, and have also overseen emergency responses to the property. It is my professional opinion that the current ingress and egress plans are insufficient. Our worship center seats 650 people, And on average, we have 500 to 550 that attend on between the two Sunday services. So 550 to roughly per service. Between services, outbound traffic almost always backs up from John Sevier Highway to near our parking areas. Simultaneously, a large number of vehicles entering the property for the next service. An emergency response by either law enforcement or EMS would be very difficult and significantly delayed. One evening after dark, one of our facility team members was leaving the campus, only to find a person had parked their car diagonally across the only exit road, making it impossible to drive out. This person was later found to be mentally ill and appeared to have no ill intent. However, the incident underscores the need for an additional driveway as ingress and egress. Were an attack planned and executed at Calvary Knoxville, the attacker or attackers could easily slow down or prevent a law enforcement or EMS response by simply blocking the only current driveway. Our current driveway would also significantly slow an emergency exit in the event of severe weather or other natural disaster. I strongly encourage you to approve the new driveway. It would provide additional ingress or egress and would provide an additional response route for emergency services. It is my opinion a new driveway exiting onto Topside Road would not significantly increase traffic on Topside Road, would not affect nearby residents, and would only be used for very short periods of time prior to or after services. However, an additional driveway would provide much needed campus access, especially in the event of an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Wozak, would you like to, or Mr. Mullins?
Thank you. How much time do I have, Mr. Hill?
153? Okay, 153.
I appreciate it. I didn't know someone else had signed up to speak in support of it instead of opposition. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street. Staff has recommended this subject to 5 conditions. There was one condition that we were initially concerned about. It appears that the staff's report has been revised and that condition has been removed. So we're completely in agreement with staff's recommendation. A couple of things. I have a lot of respect for Ms. Miller. She is an attorney in town. We've worked with each other. We worked against each other on zoning matters in the past, and you're not going to find a finer attorney. But I do, I think, have to take issue with a couple of things that she did say. We're not looking at this in the context of a special use for the RN1 zone. We're looking at it in the context of the special use for the old RP1 zone. This is under that old condition. And you know, even though the RN1 zone is a residential zone, this is, the sector plan for this property is MDRO, which would allow for more significant and impactful uses than just the church, which is allowed a special use, or the an RN1 residential use. The reason we're here is we wanted to expand our access to West Governor John Sevier. Because the intent, and that we will have to come forward with another special use application if we do our expansion to the 1,700 beds, and that'll be considered by this body at that time. But we went ahead because the emergency services, the police were actually asking us to have access to Topside as well, so that we could have that secondary access. We had a traffic impact analysis. As staff noted, the traffic study did not indicate that the thorough traffic light on Topside Road would be significantly impacted, and focus instead on congestion concerns. And it did really say that there wasn't going to be any significant impact on Topside Road, except during the Sunday and the Wednesday services. I know they only looked at Sunday, which would be more intensive.
Mr. Mullins, I'll give you another 2 minutes, and Ms. Miller, if you want 2 minutes, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you. So, you know, I haven't seen a countervailing traffic impact study. I mean, the impacts on this, onto what would happen on Topside are limited to those non-peak hours during church services. And that's what staff's report recognizes, and that's what our traffic impact analysis recognizes. And I haven't seen anything countervailing to that. There was discussion about a gate, and again, I think the emergency services are against having a gate at this location. So I understand why that may be, the neighborhood may want that, but that really isn't something that is recommended. So we're trying to follow the direction that we've been given on how to make this property safer, given an appropriate use for the property. Staff's opinion that we meet the recommendations for special use, and so we would ask that you follow suit. There was a neighborhood meeting, and the neighborhood meeting did reach out to all the neighbors that would receive the normal postcards that went out. Ms. Miller did reach out to the church after that and say, hey, you didn't include our neighborhood. And I do have an email where they said, no, we're not going to have another neighborhood meeting, but we'll be glad to meet with you and anybody else and talk to you about that. And I can put that email in the record as well. And so I was forwarded that earlier today after speaking with Ms. Miller about her concerns about the lack of the neighborhood engagement. So we know we're going to come back when we do the expansion. We know there's going to be more opportunity for neighborhood engagement, but right now, with this church and with the direction we're receiving from the city and the emergency services, we'd ask that you approve the improvements to the West Governor John Sevier entrance and also approve the secondary entrance to Topside Road as recommended by staff in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, would you like 2 minutes?
Mr. Rob Unger, who owns property adjacent, had thought he had signed up to speak, but he didn't sign up. He just sent a letter. And so I would like to give my time to him, if that's okay.
Mr. Unger, if you'll state your name and address, please.
It's Rob Unger, 3427 Topside Road. Been a resident there for 50 years. Same house, same property. I've watched the area grow through the years, and believe me, I'm an advocate of safe and appropriate development. This particular proposal is a problem for us, but me in particular, because my property bounds the Masterson road bed, the old right-of-way that they proposed to put the road on. It's never been closed by the county or the city, and therefore it continues to exist as a county right-of-way. I've submitted a letter there at the back of this package, and it was from Hollis McFettridge in 1982 when I asked, before I bought the property, of him, what should I do as far as a survey and access to Masterson Road. He said, just tell your surveyor to lay it out along the right-of-way 25 feet from the center line because it's a 50-foot access, which I did. And then he sent me a letter later, which you have a copy of, and the property then across the road, across Masterson Road, was acquired by Phil Lynn and Jerry Lynn, developers who then drew up their easement or their deed and survey to be contiguous with my lot across Masterson Road, and therefore describing completely surrounding Masterson Road right away. They then registered that deed, of course, and nobody checked it, and sold the property then to the church. So the church got the same deed, rewritten the description. There's been lots of activity down there since then, but the road has never been closed. It was closed a small portion on the north end by the city, I think during the annexation process probably, but about 2010, and that cut off the road. Then of course, the construction of the road that the driveway for the church also completely cut off the presence or evidence of the road. However, the old road bed all the way up to Topside Road continued to exist. In fact, continued to be used by a lot of people for jogging, bike riding, that kind of thing.
Mr. Unger, if you could just wrap up, please.
So what I'm proposing or what I'm requesting is that this body close the road and get the proper closure process completed, the deeds corrected, including my deed, which would conceivably go to the center line of the old road bed, which is what I understand typically done. And my neighbor's property next door is consists of about an acre of the same thing. With that, I'm open for information or questions, whatever you want me to say. But
Thank you.
And I apologize for screwing up on this.
That's all right. Thank you for your comments. All right. I think that's all we have signed up. Commission? Commissioner Adams?
I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around because I've heard people talk about how intense the traffic is right now, and then say that if they had an extra driveway, that it would not cause a lot of traffic on the road. So it seems to be like they're saying both things. So trying to rectify that. But the other question is, just in terms of the special use, I mean, this is a property that is essentially, take the church name out of it, it's an entity that has had a lot of success. And so because of its success, it's now needing to add on. And so the special use is to address that success. Is that a fair statement? Yes, no?
This special use is for a change to a previously approved planned district. The prior plan was for an independent living facility back in the 80s. That's why it has the C. So any kind of development to this church would require a special use review unless they request a special use to remove that previously approved planned district designation.
And they probably aren't doing that because that would then change what they're able to do now?
I'm not necessarily. It would even under RN1, a place of worship is also a special use. So perhaps it's just not worth, since they have to go through this special use process either way.
Okay. This is a question for you, Mr. Mullins, because you said you were increasing to 1,700 beds. I think you just misspoke.
The plan in the future is to increase to 1,700 beds, but that would require
beds.
I'm sorry, beds. It's been a long day.
It has. That's why I just wanted to check. But everyone in the crowd says it's not beds.
No, it's not beds. It's not beds. Excuse me.
Okay.
Seats.
1,700 seats.
Okay.
Sitting down. Hopefully, they're not falling asleep in church.
That was good.
Yes, but they've had long-term plans to do that, but that's not what's before this body right now.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying. Okay, that's all. Those are the questions I got right now.
Commissioner Higgins?
My first question is, well, I have a question that I'm going to make a motion, but is the special use request for the driveway? That's what I'm not completely following here. Can't they do a driveway by right here? Why does that require a special use?
There had been, any change to their site plan requires a special use review. And there were prior special use cases that placed conditions on potential access to topside, or there was a prior special use that restricted access to topside. So, this is a new special use for that access to topside.
Gotcha. Yeah, and then the old, I thought that with Recode, a lot of the old designation with what is that, the designation on this?
Previously approved planned district.
Plan district, yeah. That's still fully applicable in this situation as, okay. All right. I'd like to make a motion that we approve per staff's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion to approve per staff recommendation by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Smith. We still have lights on. Commissioner Boyer.
This is for staff. What are the current restrictions on that property? sorry, what are the current restrictions on that road or that pathway?
Yeah, it's had a lengthy special use history that I summarize. In 2019, yes, it was a 2019 special use where the Planning Commission added a condition at the meeting to prohibit access to Topside Road in response to community concern about traffic impact. They also described how that condition could be removed through a separate special use request for access to Topside Road.
Okay, thank you.
You could have talked a little bit longer. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. On to agenda item 26. Applicant is Buffalo Construction Company, location west side of South North Shore Drive, north of Lions Bend Road, 2.29 acres. Zoning RN2C with floodplain overlay, existing land use, multifamily residential, proposed use, multi-dwelling development. This will require one motion. Staff recommendation is to approve the request for a multi-dwelling development subject to the noted 5 conditions. And I see the applicant before us. I'm sorry. Okay. And do we have opposition? Any opposition? We do have opposition. So, Councilor Forrester, would you like to proceed or defer?
I'll go ahead and proceed.
Okay.
Ready? Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919. So this being a special use is similar to the last one where it was a previously planned residential designated property. And as Commissioner Adams pointed out, unlike that scenario where the sense of, why not go forward? It must be something that you can no longer do in the existing ordinance. This one's kind of the opposite. We assume this to be the shortest path forward. So this property is currently zoned RN2. Previously zoned Planned Residential 1 would allow up to 6 dwelling units per acre. All we're asking for is 5 units here, and we're agreeable that with the staff that the plan should be approved, but we have a problem with 3 of the conditions 3, 4, and 5. So again, if this property was zoned RN2, we could proceed forward, would not require a special use review, subdivide these tracts into 5 lots, and submit for permitting as development by right. With this overlay based on the prior zoning before recode, we have to come here. So condition 3 was contemplated in part under the 2000 approval, which was for 29 attached condominiums across the entirety of this site, which includes 2 other sections. For this section, it had contemplated or been approved for 11 attached condominiums. The prior condition was grading to be maintained on-site, no grading or fill within the floodway without required permits. The only real change with the condition on this special use review is that it's no grading or fill within the stream protection area. The stream protection area mirrors the 500-year floodplain. It's as reflected on the FEMA flood map. This is a substantial change that diminishes the gradable area from what was previously approved. My understanding is that the city ordinances do not prohibit grading or fill within the stream protection area. Our vertical development, the improvements will not be within this 500-year floodplain stream protection area. It's just we're asking for some relief for grading purposes. Again, staying out of the floodway, no fill in the floodway, but the stream protection area we don't feel is appropriate condition to attach to this. It's not a condition that you generally or usually see. I'm going to jump to condition 5, which deals with landscaping. Condition 5 says preserve existing vegetation within 25-foot peripheral boundary to maintain a vegetative buffer between existing development. If the vegetation can't be preserved or does not exist, in areas in a Class B buffer is required, which is a minimum of 20 feet. Again, the old planned residential district is what's requiring this peripheral buffer. We are extremely low density at 2 units per acre and lower density than the surrounding developments, but it's the, not necessarily a problem with the 20-foot buffer, it's the requiring a 20-foot buffer of either existing landscape or replacement landscape. It seems out of characteristics. You usually hear about Class B or 20-foot plus buffers when you have a more intense use coming next to a residential use. What we're proposing for the buffer, and hopefully all of y'all have this included in your packet. It's for our engineer with Cannon & Cannon out in Contop. Preserving existing buffer vegetation within 10-foot peripheral boundary to maintain a vegetated buffer between the development, Westland community to the west, West Chase community to the south. If vegetation does not exist in certain areas or cannot be preserved, a Class A buffer, yard landscaping shall be applied to the maximum extent practicable and submitted to planning for review. Reserve the rest of the time, let our engineer address the TDEC condition and why we're asking for that to be removed.
Adam Contop, Cannon & Cannon, 1025 Investment Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37932. A condition was added to the planning case requiring the applicant to contact TDEC to see if they have any recommendations for the property and implement those recommendations. We intend to follow all of the regulations required by TDEC. The city has a MS4 permit where they regulate the municipality water system, and including a buffer system to ensure the stream health, as well as they are a TDEC QLP and ensure that all TDEC CGP permits are issued. And so we see no need for that extra process to go to TDEC to see if they have anything that's not already a requirement to add to the site.
Thank you, Mr. Contop. A few months ago, we might have seen him sitting right over here. All right, let's see. We have someone else signed up for this, I believe. Okay. Sir, would you like to speak?
Yeah. My name is Dean Farmer. I live at 6501 South North Shore Drive. That's West Chase. We are the next subdivision immediately south on North Shore Drive. Since 2000, this area has become extremely heavily trafficked. In fact, it is the primary reroute for the interstate, which occurs frequently. Where the proposed driveway enters North Shore Drive, it is immediately across from Lions Bend and the entrance to Westminster Presbyterian Church. West Chase has alleviated some of these problems by creating both an entrance lane and an exit lane coming out of the facility. This particular entry road, which occurs, and it's more dramatic than what shows here, it occurs literally at the curve of the road. And that entrance and exit lane needs to be added to this driveway, and it needs to be conditioned on approval of any development there. Also, I would suggest you need to condition no northbound turn during certain rush hour traffics, because their traffic is just really heavy. If there's no traffic there, obviously it's not a problem, but there's a huge problem during rush hour. So this is going to be a tremendous problem. It's going to be a safety issue, and there's going to be numerous accidents if we simply allow development to flow in right at this point without some conditions. So I'm asking that any approval for the development be conditioned upon the expansion of roadway lanes for entry and exit of the facility, and concern about northbound traffic, which would require crossing the southbound traffic during certain reasonable times.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. All right. Commissioner Adams.
have a question about the traffic there for the, I don't think I imagined this, but I thought that there is in the works signalization at the church, and that's also going to be part of the roundabout that's going in at that, all in that area. Is that correct?
I'm familiar with the roundabout. I'm unfamiliar, but Mr. Fraze, you
I
want to
thought part of that plan was
comment on
also
that?
signaling.
Since that's a different division of engineering, I'm not privy.
Okay.
That seems relevant to some of the concerns that are being raised, just in terms of the entrance and such. Is there anyone that can answer that? Nope. Nope. Okay. Well, I'm going to operate on my memory that that was going to be signaled, is going to be signaled as part of that plan. And the question that was raised about the landscape buffer, Forrester, you're wanting to remove that from the area where it would be the buffer for the, I think the development that the gentleman just spoke from? South?
The requirement of maintaining existing vegetation
Yeah.
of 25-foot width or replacing it with Class B buffer, which is a minimum of 20. Our request for our development is more akin to a Class A landscape buffer, which is around 10 feet where applicable. The road, this was originally approved 2001 to 2002, it went far enough to where some permitting approval happened, and actually the access road into where these 5 lots would be is already there. That road, the majority of it is already within that 25-foot perimeter boundary or peripheral boundary along the south there, and where I guess the lot labeled 1300, the driveway for that lot would be within that boundary as well. Same driveway, same location of everything that was on the 2002 amended development plan, which was for 6 houses here. So again, we're asking to reduce that landscape buffer from the 25 feet of maintaining the existing vegetation or replacement with more akin to the Class A landscape buffer.
But if the road is already there, you won't be disturbing anything. So it's not an issue there.
Well, we wouldn't be able to satisfy it.
So the driveway that I'm seeing now is going away?
No.
No.
I think that condition just needs to be removed.
You think it just needs to be removed?
Completely, yeah.
I'm just trying to understand, like, there's the portion which the driveway is part of.
It's already there.
It's
Yeah.
already there. And then what about the part that is not where the driveway is?
The condition is written to say to the maximum extent practicable. So where there is room for up to 20 feet, preferably the periphery boundary would be preserved to as much as it can be. If it can't be, Class B, because it's closer to that 25-foot boundary size, to the maximum extent practicable is how the condition's written.
Because I'm in favor of the B as opposed to A, because that is more of a buffer. It's more vegetation. And so if it is truly like just where it's practical, then it seems like there's a non-issue, except that the applicant would like to just remove it altogether.
Right, because usually a Class B buffer is when you have a non-residential use going up against a residential use, meaning the non-residential use has to create the separation there.
Yeah.
We're a residential use in a lesser density than what's surrounding us. So just the requirement of having to have that doesn't really make sense. There is going to be landscaping here, but,
But it sounds like it's there for where it, up to the point where it is applicable, but where it's not, like the driveway, then it's not an issue. If I'm
I think
understanding.
it is an issue,
Well,
so it needs to be removed.
what I find, I'm not even sure why this is in here, because in the landscape buffer requirements within the city's zoning ordinance, none of the conditions would apply here. So I don't see a reason for any landscape buffer at all, because both residential uses.
I mean, Ms. Hillman,
Sure. This property sits much higher than the adjacent properties to the west and south. It's also reflective of a similar landscaping requirement in the prior approval in 2002, though it wasn't, the landscaping plan at that time wasn't as restrictive as what's being proposed.
So I guess we're not getting the benefit of the old planned residential zone in the sense that we could go up to 12 units total here, up to 6 per acre. But we're being, I guess, penalized under the old application of that with having to have this more intense buffer based on this condition. And as Commissioner Higgins pointed out, the RN2, which it didn't have this overlay, we would not have to submit any kind of plan, landscape plan for buffers. It would just be what either the property owner put in or the developer put in. And I mean, it's going to have good landscaping. These are very nice proposed houses going in here.
yeah, it just, I am listening to what Ms. Hillman indicated, and that the height of it, and I'm familiar with that area. It's you know, it's going to see a lot of activity over the next few years. And so anything that can be done to help preserve as much of that, just the residential component, and help with noise, all of that. And I think the buffer, well, it is more than an A, it helps with that. So I appreciate the recommendation that's in there. I'll make a motion to approve as staff recommended.
Okay, I guess the motion dies, so we will continue discussion. I didn't hear a second, so, okay. Commissioner Boyer.
So just clarifying, we are only talking about 5 houses, though, right? Okay. All right.
Commissioner Higgins.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve, subject to 2 conditions: meeting all applicable requirements of the City of Knoxville zoning ordinance and meeting all applicable requirements of the Knoxville Department of Engineering. And I think that my rationale for just those 2 is that 3, 4, and 5 will all
Be covered by 2.
yes,
Second.
redundant.
Okay. We've got a motion to approve with the, is it the first 2 conditions? First 2 conditions by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Vice Chair Uten. And we still have some lights on. Commissioner Shelso.
I guess I was going to say, when it comes to, I guess I'm confused on the floodway and stream protection area. I mean, we see that as a type of condition on a lot of different cases. So how is, I guess, what is the stream protection area exactly? The 500-year floodplain? And so there shall be no, could they typically grade without it being a condition on the stream protection?
Ms. Hillman, you want to comment?
Yes, the stream protection area includes the floodway and up to the 500-year floodplain. The minimum stormwater requirements, my understanding is that the 500-year flood fringe is not necessarily subject to the grading and fill standards. It was added because of the adopted sector plan's reference to how subject to flooding Fourth Creek is. And so there was this is above and beyond what's required by engineering, which is already stated as condition 2.
So I guess it makes sense. We have a site plan, and this is what they have to do. So we know they're not going to go in and fill the entire 500
They're going to have to
year.
comply with the city. And Mr. Fraser, you want to add to that?
I agree with Ms. Hillman on the requirements. According to engineering rules, you can grade in the 500 or the 100-year flood fringe. However, there is a no-fill area that you can't fill in. That's about halfway between the floodway and the 100-year. If you do grade within 60 foot, in this case, of the top of the stream bank, they would have to replant it with a buffer zone. So there are other standards. I would say that the stream protection area is just a bit more stringent than engineering would typically require.
Mr. Cohn-Top, you want to?
I would like to point out also the sewer mains located in the stream protection area, so we need to grade in there if we're going to have sewage. And we will comply with all the city's buffer zone requirements.
Okay.
Thank you.
The last point I was going to make, I guess when it comes to landscaping buffering, I mean, this is a less intense use next to more intensive use. So I honestly, I guess I wouldn't care if you had no buffer, but the people who are going to buy these things are going to want some landscaping. So, I mean, I think we should have some, but anyways, let's.
All right, we've got a motion and a second to approve with the first two noted conditions. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, 30. Agenda item number 30, re-subdivision of a portion of lots 184A and 185A of BH Sprankle, second edition, West Knoxville. Applicant developer Ethan Phillips. Let's see, location northwest quadrant of the intersection of Sapphire Road and Apex Drive, approximate acreage, 12,103 square feet. 2 lots, zoning RN2 and hillside protection overlay. Variance is required, request for plat approval without the benefit of a survey for the remaining portions of lot 184A and 185A. Variance from section 2.13 of the subdivision regulations. Staff recommendation is this will require 2 motions. Approve the variance for plat approval without the benefit of a survey for the remaining portions of 184A and 185A based on the 4 noted evidence of hardship. And then motion number 2 would approve the final plat for 2 lots in the RN2 district. Is the applicant present? Yes. All right, do we have any opposition? Seeing no opposition, would you like to make any comments? All right. All right, Commissioner Higgins.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion to approve the variance. Okay,
As read, per staff's recommendation.
I'm sorry?
As-
Okay. Motion to approve per staff recommendation based on those noted hardships. Is that what you're citing?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and the second was from Commissioner Smith. So we got Commissioner Higgins, motion, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. On to Chair will entertain second motion.
Motion to, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
Approve the final.
Thank you.
There's Chair will entertain a motion to approve the final plat for 2 lots in RN2 district.
So moved.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Any other business that anyone would like to discuss? If not, we are adjourned.
No, I'm not giving anybody that chance.
You want to come up?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've waited here all day for item number 11 on your agenda, I think, and I did not hear it addressed at all. So
Was it on consent?
that's why I'm still here.
It was postponed.
It was what?
Postponed.
Postponed?
Yes, sir.
It was postponed today or previous?
It was voted today.